Autism is one of the fastest growing disorders, with the World Health Organization stating that 1 in every 68 children has an autism spectrum disorder. Each special needs child needs to be given attention, support, and encouragement in a way that is most effective for him or her. It promotes social and educational participation. Students working together on an animation project enable students of special needs to engage confidently with each other, helping to build relationship and to create a positive learning environment. Students learn by playing. Animation is fun and interactive. It uses simple and bright technology which special needs students will find easy to get grips with. It increases self-confidence. Students can achieve a real sense of empowerment and satisfaction from being able to carry out tasks all by themselves and then to be given the control to present their opinions to others. Enhances organization skills. The planning of storylines, scripts, and music helps students to organize their ideas and focus their thoughts, which in turn contributes to reducing stress levels. Lastly, communication. Students can learn to express themselves through animation, which then can be used to help them engage with the world outside the classroom. Animation is a great tool for students to communicate with other students, their parents, and their teachers. Animation courses are very suitable for them to express out their thoughts, feelings, and creativity. With the skills acquired, they can move on to make a career in 2D animation and producing storyboards and script planning. Hello and welcome to Teaching of Animation Making Using Macromedia. In this video, I'll give you an introduction to animation. So let's start. So what is animation? Animation is the process of designing, drawing, creating layouts, and preparing photographic sequences for use in multimedia and gaming products, which is referred to as animation. The use and manipulation of still images to create the illusion of movement are what animation is all about. An animator is someone who makes animations. He or she uses a variety of computer technologies to capture still images and then animate them in the desired order. Next, we have the 5 types of animation. First, we have the traditional animation. Second, we have the stop motion. Third, we have motion graphics. Fourth, we have 2D animation. And lastly, we have 3D animation. So what is traditional animation? Traditional animation is also known as cel animation. This type of animation requires the animator to draw each and every frame by hand in order to create an animated scene. This type of animation is commonly used by well-known companies such as Disney. Traditional animation is still done on computers using special tablets today. Here is an example of traditional animation. So next, stop motion animation is very similar to traditional animation because it combines a series of slightly different still images to show movement. The key difference here is that stop motion uses photography to capture real objects. The artists use stop motion to photograph an object or a scene and then move the object slightly before photographing them again. The artist repeats this process until the scene is finished, and each photo serves as a frame in the animation. It is similar to a photo flipbook. Here is an example of stop motion. Next is motion graphics. Unlike the previously mentioned types of animation, motion graphics are not driven by characters or storylines. The ability to move graphic elements, shapes, and text is the focus of this type of animation. This method is commonly used for television, commercial, explainer videos, and animated logos. Because there is no need to mimic body movement or facial expressions, this, the set of skills required for other types of animation does not apply for motion graphics. Here is an example of motion graphic. Next is 2D animation. 2D is a short for two-dimensional. It's sometimes also called as vector animation and is typically done in programs like Macromedia Flash or Animate, Adobe Animate. This style of animation has been growing in popularity because of the technology is so accessible. Although artists can edit frame by frame, vector-based animation allows them to create rigs for their characters and move single body parts at a time rather than constantly redrawing them. It gives beginners in animation more flexibility because they don't have to rely as heavily on drawing skills. Here is example of 2D animation. Next we have 3D animation. So 3D animation is also known as computer animation. It is the most commonly used form of animation today. The process of 3D animation is different from traditional animation, but both require the artist to comply to the same principles of movement and composition in animation. 3D animation is more about moving a character in a program than it is about drawing. Here is an example of 3D animation. Now, where do we start with animation and how? Firstly, we need a sequence. So, a sequence is a series of individual events that are put in proper order. It is a roadmap of events or steps to follow. For example, alphabetical and numerical order, a recipe to cook, table of contents, a class list, a production flowchart, block diagrams, and a storyboard. And before any recipe, cartoon, commercial, or TV show is made, the chef, cartoonist, or filmmaker needs to know the proper sequence or what order to put things in. Next, we have a storyboard. A storyboard is a special type of sequence. It provides a visual description of shots in their proper order or sequence of your production. In this case, your animation. Each scene should have its own storyboard, which contains information on the graphics, video, sound, text, audience interaction, color, type fonts, type size, etc. In other words, it is everything required for the production team members to do their job. Here is an example of a storyboard. As you can see from the example, they both have similar structure. There's a picture which consists a drawing on what is happening in the scene or the frame. And then there's a text of information to know what is going on in that particular scene or frame. Next, we have character development. Character development is very important when it comes to animating. Character development shows the growth of the character to know what he or she is feeling in a particular scene. So there are 6 basic emotions. First, we have the fear, which is a perception of physical or psychological danger or threat. Second, we have anger. It is a belief situation that is not what it seems to be, like a restraint or interference or criticism is illegitimate. Third is disgust. Disgust, which is like getting rid or of getting away from contaminated object. The fourth one we have sadness. It is a negative emotion that comes from a separation or failure. Fifth one we have joy. Desirable outcomes related to personal success and interpersonal relatedness. Lastly, we have interest, most prevalent in a day-to-day functioning, event present, desire to explore, investigate, seek out, manipulate, and extract information from the objects that surrounds us. This is an example of character development. You can see the side profile of the character, the facial expression, the happy, frightened, over the rainbow. You can see different type of facial expressions that will be used throughout the animation. Next, we have stage design. As you can see here, the stage design right now in the picture is a house. It's in a village, and the characters are just standing there. The stage design must be suitable to the scene that you are doing. Last but not least is just to keep on drawing. You keep on drawing all the character movement, the facial expression, the arms, the legs. you keep on drawing until you have everything that you need for the animation. Now let's talk about the software. The software that we will use for this course is Macromedia Flash 8. Macromedia Flash is a program that creates interactive and animated media such as motion graphics, videos, presentations, and websites. You can control an object's actions and behavior using the behavior panel and the timeline. So this is how the application will look like. So what are the learning outcomes for this course? You will be able to understand what is an animation, and you will be able to do simple coding using ActionScript. And you'll be able to use Macromedia software and its tools. Lastly, you'll be able to create an animation and also an interactive animation. The history of animation extends far beyond the history of film, as early animators throughout the centuries found ways to create movies without cameras or recording technology. Before Oscar-winning CGI Hollywood blockbusters like Pixar's Toy Story 3 in 2010 and Academy Awards winners like Finding Nemo in 2003, there was the first animated sequence captured on standard picture film. J. Stuart Blackstone, The Enchanted Drawing in 1900, which used live-action actors, props, and stop-motion techniques to create a 2-minute comedic scene. Animation continued to evolve throughout the decade, with the French cartoonist Emily Cole's 2-minute stick figure animation, Phantasmagorie, in 1908, becoming one of the first cartoons. In 1914, Winsor McCay's Gertie the Dinosaur broke new ground in the animation industry as the first animated film to use techniques like keyframing, in-betweeners, and animation loops, which laid the foundation for standard industry practice for future animation production. Later, Walt Disney's short film Steamboat Willie in 1928 marked the first time an animated film was fully scored, popularizing Mickey Mouse and the use of sound in animated film going forward. Hello and welcome to Teaching of Animation Making using Macromedia. In this video, I will teach you on how to download and install Macromedia Flash 8. So, you want to open your web browser and go to Google, and then you want to type in Macromedia Flash 8. Download. Then you search for it, and then you see the first one here, Macromedia /flash/8.soft32.com. You click on that, click on the first one, and then it should link you to this page. And then as you can see here, there's the green button that says download now. So you want to click on that. So we'll click on that. And then this save as should show up. And what you want to do next is you go on to this PC, and then there's downloads. You click on downloads, or if you have it in your quick access, you can click on it. So click on download and then just click on save. Then it should download it for you. Now we'll wait. After you're done downloading, you can either click on here to open it if you have this, But if you don't have, you can always go to your File Explorer, and then you go onto Downloads and click on it here. So you want to double click, and wait for it to load. Then you just click on yes in the user control panel if it shows up. And then it should just install it for you. And then this panel should appear, Macromedia Flash 8 Install Showed Wizard. So you just click on next, then click on the I accept terms in the license agreement. Then just click next. Then you can either create a shortcut or a shortcut in the shortcut bar. Make sure it's saved in your program's file. And I'll click on this shortcut because I want it to be on my desktop. Then I just click on next. Then let it be, and then just go on next. Then click on install. And then you just have to wait for it to install. Once you're done, you just click on finish. And then you can go to your desktop and check here. You can click on it to see if it's going to launch, and then if it's launched, you just click on new, create new Flash document, click on that. Then it should be like this. And that's it for this video. Thank you. Welcome to Teaching of Animation Making using Macromedia. In this video, I will show you on how to create a new document on Macromedia Flash 8. So, go onto your desktop and double click on Macromedia Flash 8 to launch the application. Now to create a new Flash document, all you need to do is just click on this top one here that says Flash document. Click on that, then, or you can go to File, and then you click on New, and you can click on any of this, but we will mostly use the Flash document for this course. So all you need to do is just click on the Flash document type. Click on OK. You can change the size of the stage. This is what you call the stage. The white rectangle here. This is called the stage. So you can go down here under your properties panel. You can see here the size, document properties. So you click on it and you can change the size to however you want. So you can even change the background color. Let's make it gray. And then for the dimensions, 600 to 600. You can play around with it to see. And for the frame rate, we'll use 12 to 15 FPS, depending on what kind of animations you are making. But that will be the standard FPS. And the ruler units will use pixels. You can make that as a default so that whenever you launch your Macromedia, it will stay on this default. If not, you just click on OK. Then you can just adjust the size so you can see. And that's how you create a new document on Macromedia Flash 8. Hello and welcome back to Teaching of Animation Making using Macromedia. In this video, I'll teach you on how to import images onto Macromedia Flash. So what you want to do is go onto your web browser first, and we'll find some images for you to import to Macromedia. So go into web browser and then go to Google, and then you can find any picture that you would like. So for this example, I'll just use the cartoon. We bears. And then you want to go to images. Also you type in on what picture you want to use, and you can scroll down and find a picture that you want to import onto Macromedia. So maybe I will use this one. So I'll click on the picture from here, and then to save it, you can right click with your mouse. So right click and then click on Save Image As, and then you want to go to this PC here, and then click on Desktop. You click on Desktop, and then you can change the file name to make it easier. So I'll just change it to We Bears, and then hit on Save. And after that's done, you go to your desktop and then launch Macromedia Flash 8. So double click on it, and it should launch. I already have mine open, so that's why it opens fast. But I'll just close it. So you want to double click on it and launch Macromedia. And then to remember to create a new document, all you need to do is click on this one, Flash Document. So you click on that, and then it should open for you. And now there's two ways that you can import onto Macromedia. So you go to File, and then here you see Import. Here you can import to stage, which means you can import the picture directly onto the stage, or you can or you go back to File and Import, and then you see here Import to Library, which means the picture will be transferred onto your library panel, which is on the right side. So I'll demonstrate it for you. So go to Import. First, we'll do the Import to Stage. Find the picture, then click on Open, and then the picture is here. You can resize the picture by here on the property panel, or you can just click on the free transform tool and resize by holding shift and then resize. Hold shift on your keyboard and just resize it by clicking one of the buttons here. Then go back to your selection tool and then adjust it to fit your stage. And that's one way on how to import an image onto Macromedia. Next is how to import it into the library. So you go to File, Import to Library. So click on this, the same picture, and open. Since we have the same picture, it says that one or more library items already exist in the document. So you can either don't replace existing items, which means the picture will stay there. This picture will stay there, and then the picture that we are importing again will just change the name. I'll show you for example. So it will say We Bear Bears copy. So what happens if we don't click that one? So we go to File, import the library. Open the same picture, click on Open, replace existing items, and then this means that We Bear Bears, this part, We Bear Bears will be replaced with the new item because they have the same name. So click on OK. I'll move it here for a while. So then you can click on your library panel and you can see a little preview of the image here. So you can click on it and then just drag it to your stage and it will import the picture from your library onto the stage. And then you can transform it by using the free transform tool and just resize it by holding shift on your keyboard. And there you have it. Last but not least, you can go back to your web browser and then you can go back to your web browser and then you can see here the We Bear Bears from your download file. You can just drag and drop it to the Macromedia. So you drag it and then you drop it onto your Macromedia software and then it should launch. Then it should import the picture from your web browser download onto Macromedia, but it will automatically create a new document for you. As you can see here, I have one untitled one and untitled two. So untitled two is the one where we import the image from the web browser download part. It will create a new document for you and then import the picture onto the stage. So it's easier to just import it to your library if you want to import many pictures, but if you only want to import one picture at a time, you can just go import it onto your stage. But even if you import it to your stage, it will still be saved in your library panel. So you don't have to worry. If you delete the image from your stage, it will just delete it from the stage and the picture file in the library panel will still be there unless you delete the one that's in the library panel, then it will be deleted. So there's the trash can here and then it will be deleted. So that's it for this video on how to import images onto Macromedia. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to teaching of animation making using Macromedia. In this video, I'll teach you on how to save and publish a file in Macromedia. So first off, you will need to go to your web browser and then you want to find an image first. So for this video, I'll just find SpongeBob picture. SpongeBob. Then you go to images and then find the picture that you want. So I think this one is really nice. So I'll save this picture. So to save, you right click on the picture, right click on your mouse, and then this should show up. This should show up, and then you click on save image as. Click on that, and then make sure it's saved in your desktop. Just go to this PC and click on desktop. And then you can save the file name. Rename the file as SpongeBob and save. Now you want to go to your desktop, and then you want to go to your Macromedia Flash 8 on your desktop. Double click to launch it. Now to create a new document, remember, you must click on Flash Document. So click on that one. And then to import images, like we learned in previous video, you go to File, Import. I'll import it to the stage, so import to stage. And then SpongeBob. Click on SpongeBob and open. And this should import the image onto the stage. Now to save your work, to save your file, so you go to File, and then you go on to Save. You can click on Save or Save As. So you can just click on Save. If this is your first time saving, you can click on Save. And then you can go to this PC. You can save it under Documents or Desktop. I'll just do it under Desktop. So I'll save this as SpongeBob. Make sure you save it as FLA file. So save. Then it should save. So when you close this, and then you click on here. You go to Macromedia Flash. And then you can open the files from here, open a recent item, or if you don't have it, you can click on open and then find the file. So here, it is saved under spongebob.fla. So click on that and click on open. Then it should open the file with the SpongeBob picture. And next, to publish the file, so you want to go to File, and then you go on to Publish Settings. You click on that, and then the Publish Settings should show up like this. Since we'll be using ActionScript, so you don't need to tick this, so you untick this. And for the SWF format, since Flash is not available anymore because Adobe discontinued Flash, so you can keep this so that you can run the scene later, to test run the scene. So you can keep the stick on, and then if you want to open it onto your desktop and send it to other people, you want to click on Windows Projector.exe format. So you want to click on that one, and then you click on OK. And then so the next time you go to File, Publish Settings, it will still be the same. Then you can either publish it from here, but before that, you want to make sure it is saved in the right destination. So you click on this and see where it is saved in. save in. So for this it will be in under desktop. So save desktop, and then this also. It's better if you have a folder when you create your own animation, so that you don't get confused and everything is in one folder. So you can click on publish, then it should publish already. So click on OK, and it will go onto desktop. As you can see here, we have the SWF file, but we can't open it because Flash is just discontinued. So you can open the .exe file. So you can only open the .exe file. So you click on it, and then you can see the image on the exe file on your laptop. Now to open the SWF file, what you can do, you go onto Control and you click on Test Movie, and then it will open it here inside Macromedia Flash. That is the only way to open the SWF file. And that's it for this video. Hello and welcome back to Teaching of Animation Making using Macromedia. In this video, I'll teach you on how to test a scene, debug a movie, and test movie. So, first off, you want to launch your Macromedia Flash 8. So you double click on it on your desktop. And then, for this example, I will be using from the previous example, the file. So you can open here spongebob.fla, or you can click on open and then find the FLA format. So you click on that, then click on open. Then it should shows like this. Then you should open up the file. Now, if you don't have the SWF format file, Macromedia will create it for you automatically, so if you don't have it saved, as we discussed in the previous video. So you go into Control to test. So to test a movie or scene, what you want to do is go to Control. You can see here, test movie. You can test on it, and that's how you test a movie. If you test a movie, it will play all the scenes from scene 1 to maybe scene 20 if you have it. It will always start from the beginning of the scene. But if you test scene, it will just test that specific scene that you are in. For right now, I only have scene 1, so test scene. And then you go to Control to, this is debug a movie. So if you feel like there is some errors in your animation, maybe the action script code is wrong or something, you can click on debug a movie, and then you can see what is wrong with the file, and then you can fix it. Then you can see what is wrong with the code, and then you can see it. But right now we don't have any action script code, so we'll just close that. So I'll create a scene, another scene for you. I'll create another scene so that I can show what is the difference between test movie and test scene. Okay, so you go to insert and click on scene, and it will insert a new scene.
So in this scene, I will insert another picture. So I'll go to File, Import, Import to Stage, and I will choose the We Bear Bears. Then use the free transform tool here, and then just hold on Shift on your keyboard and resize it. And then go back to your selection tool, and then you can put it here. Make sure it's inside the stage so that it will not be cut. And now if I go to control and click on test scene, it will just open scene number 2. But if I click on test movie here, go to control and test movie, it will start from the beginning, as you can see. And if you want to avoid this looping, you will need an action script for that, but I will teach you action script in the upcoming videos. And this is it for this video. Hello and welcome back to teaching of animation making using Macromedia Flash. In this video, I will give you an overview of the workplace and the tools available in Macromedia. So to start, what you want to do is go to your desktop first, and then we will double click on Macromedia Flash 8 to open it. And after it launches, if you remember from our previous videos, you want to click on the Flash document, create new Flash document. So you click on that, and then it should load up like this. Now this is the workplace for Macromedia. On your left top side, you have the menu bar. It contains File, Edit, View, Insert, Modify, Text, Commands, Control, Window, and Help. Next, under it, on your left side here, you have what is called a Tools panel. So the Tools panel helps you create the content for your animation. There are 4 options under the Tools panel. You have the tools here. You can draw, paint, create text, select, move objects, modify objects, and erase objects. And then under it, you have the View tool. It allows you to zoom and pan around the workplace. It helps you to pan and move around on the stage here. Then we have colors to set the stroke and the fill colors. Then last, we have the options. Options basically to modify the currently selected tool. So to explain it more, this is the selection tool. If you hover over the icons here, you can see the description of what it is, the name of the tool. So we have the selection tool, sub-selection tool, free transform tool, gradient transform tool, line tool, lasso tool, pen tool, text tool, oval tool, rectangle tool, pencil tool, brush tool, ink bottle tool, paint bucket tool, eyedropper tool, and an eraser. Then here we have the hand tool to pan around the stage. Then the zoom in tool, zoom in, zoom out. You can click here to reduce. So the options, remember, options is to modify the currently selected tool. So if you click on pan, the hand tool, there's no options here, but if you click on the zoom tool, it has options. And then the same goes with each single tool here. And next we have the colors. So this is the stroke tool. So if we draw a circle from using the oval tool, you can see that my stroke here is black and the fill is blue. That's because the fill color here is blue and the stroke color is black. You can change the color from here. So for example, be orange. But it's not changing anything. So what you want to do is go to your selection tool, click on it, double click, then you can change it. Now we have a circle with an orange stroke. And if you don't want to have stroke, what you can do is double click. Since the oval tool has a stroke, meaning it has another object. So if you don't want to have a stroke, you can select on the stroke. If you can't see it, you can zoom in. So we will zoom in. And then you can go back with your selection tool, click on it, and then on your keyboard you can hit on delete to delete the stroke. And then you are left with the red circle. Since this is an object, so you must be careful when selecting. So if you select this part, you'll only select the part that you have been highlighted like this. So to avoid that, what you want to do is just select it like this, hold and drag, or just click once on the shape. Next is on your right side. This is called the panel. So in here for now we have the color, align and info and transform, and the library. And if you don't have this, don't worry, you can always go to your menu bar here, click on window, and you see this. You can click on the ones that you don't have. So for now I already have, so I don't need to. But if you don't have, just click on Windows, go to Windows, and find the panel that you want. So the panel here is just providing you more info about the tools for creating and editing your animation. You can show the panel here by clicking on this arrow, the drop down button here, so that it will show. And then you can hide it by clicking this arrow again, like that. Next, on top here, this is what we call a timeline. So a timeline consists of playhead here, and then the frames. Then we have the layers and the scene information. For now, we only have scene 1. Then there's the edit scene button here to go to a specific scene when you want to edit. And then there's symbols. Right now we don't have any symbols. And then as well as the zoom menu. So if you want for a quick zoom, you can always come here on your timeline, or you can go to the view tool and use the zoom tool. There's also the information of the frame rate in here, the bottom. So a timeline is something you can organize and control the contents of the animation over time. I will explain more about the timeline in the next video. And then in the bottom here, we have the action panel and the property panel. So an action panel is where you will write all your action script codes. You will write it here. And here is the library that you can search. If you don't remember a specific code, you can always refer to this on your left side for some help. So you can just drag and drop like that. But I will explain this more in the upcoming videos. If you don't have it, there's this drop down and the drop down button here. Just click on it to show. So I'll just hide this action. This is the property panel, also known as the property inspector. It tells you the information of the current document or the current file. So you can see this is document and then untitled one, since we didn't save it yet. And then the size, and then the publish device. There's the background, stage background. You can change the FPS from here, and then it will change. But make sure to change your FPS at the beginning of the document, or else if you don't have the right FPS and you want to change the FPS later on, let's say in the middle of your animation process, then you'll need to adjust all the keyframes as in your timeline. And it will be so much work to do. So it's better you just have a set FPS from the beginning of your animation. And then this is the gray area here. The gray area here is called the workspace, which you will do all your work in it. And then the white area is called the stage. Let's take a look at the tools panel, shall we? So selection tool allows you to select an object or a symbol. And then sub-selection tool. If you click on it, you can see all these nodes. Let's zoom in. You can see all these nodes, green nodes. And then you can adjust it. And then there's the handler. And you just adjust the curves of the circle and the shape. Of course, this is different from different objects have different shapes, so it will be different. So fit in windows. Okay. Next we have the free transform tool. So the free transform tool allows you to move the object as well as to transform. And then you can click here on the in between the nodes. You can do it like this. You can transform the object position and shape. Then next we have the gradient transform tool. Since we don't have a gradient right now, it won't work. So you'll need a gradient. What you can do is you can go here and pick a gradient under colors and go to the fill colors, and in the bottom you see this gradient list. You can click on that. So I'll click on here first and then change the color from here so you can see the gradient. And then using the selection tool, you select on the object and then go back to the gradient transform tool, and you can change and you can modify the gradient. And then the next tool is the line tool. So you can create straight lines. You can create straight lines, just basically a straight line. Next we have this lasso tool. The lasso tool allows you to cut an object. For example, if you draw like this, it will select the specific part of the object that you just cut, like draw around, and it will cut it for you. Then you can return it. You can turn it off by just, or you can turn off the polygon mode just by clicking on it or double clicking on it. And then you can also like draw like this. And then that. Next we have the pen tool. So you can change the color, stroke color, and the thickness of the stroke from here. And then if you want a solid line, dotted line, then scale, the cap, the join, depends on you. You can try and play ahead with the tools so you can understand better. Next we have the brush tool. So there's the object drawing, lock fill, brush mode, and the brush size and the brush shape. So I want it square, and the shape, the size will be maybe this big. And then I don't want the color to be gradient, so I'll just change the color to purple, for example. And it's basically like a stamp if you click it once, but if you just drag, it acts as a brush. Next we have the ink bottle tool. Ink bottle tool is basically you click on the object, for example, then you can change the color. Of the stroke. If you're You basically give the stroke to your object if you don't have the stroke yet, and then you can modify the stroke from there. Next is the paint bucket tool. So it changes the fill color. So if I want it orange color here and click on that, it will change the inside as orange. Next we have the eyedropper tool. So let's say for this gradient we want the purple. So you click on it, click, and then it will switch to the paint bucket tool, and you just click on the shape, and it will change the color to the color that you want to. And then we have the eraser tool. Then you can erase shapes. And erase. Be careful. You have to be careful when erasing because sometimes your hand can be shaky, so it will be really hard to erase. So I always recommend to use the selection tool and just drag, and then you just press delete on your keyboard to get that sharp, clean edge. And then there's the pan tool, which helps you to pan over the area. But since I have film window, we change it here. Then you can pan around the stage. Then just zoom in and zoom out. I already showed that. As well as the colors, you can change the black and white, for example. No fill. It will remove the fill and then swap colors. It will basically swap the stroke and fill color. And that is it for this video. Hello and welcome back to teaching of animation making using Macromedia. In this video, I will be explaining about the timeline. So I have Macromedia Flash open, and now I will create a new document. So remember to create a new document. Click Flash document here under Create New Flash document. You click on that, and then it should load like this. Alright, so as we discussed in the previous video, this top bar here is called the timeline. So the timeline, the purpose of the timeline is that so that you can organize and control the content of the animation over time. So you can control it at any time. So as you can see here, this is the playhead, which consists like a number, so you can see. So for example, here is frame number 1, because in here it's number 1. It starts from number 1. The playhead shows the number of frames, so that when you click on the frame here, these boxes here, these are frames. So when you click on that, you can tell that is frame number 3. This is frame number 3. And how can you tell if it's frame number 3? So basically, you click on this, and then you right click on your mouse with your mouse. Right click, and then you can insert a frame. So, and then here you can see you are in frame number 3. So it displays the current frame, and the frame rate is 12 frames per second. Next, this here is the layers. So you can insert a layer, a new layer, add motion guides, and insert layer folder. So if you click on it, it will insert a new layer. So what is the difference between frames and keyframes? This single boxes is called a frame. So frame is basically like a film strip. So Macromedia uses frames to divide the length of the time into frames, which are then organized onto the timeline here. And then keyframes, if you just right click here on the frame here and then insert keyframe, you see this black dot. The dot here means it is a keyframe. So keyframe is basically a frame that define a change in what it is displayed in the animation, or include frame actions to modify your animation. And when you open a new blank document like this, it contains one layer with one blank keyframe. So if we delete this is what it looks like when we create a new blank document. Let me just clear the frames. Remove frames, okay. And then this is how it looks like. So this is blank keyframe. If you don't want a blank keyframe, you need to put something inside the state so that it will register. Maybe I'll do an oval tool. As you can see here, the dot changes to black, which means there's something inside the stage and it is not a blank stage. We'll just remove the stroke to make it easier. So that, and then I'll just do another one for demonstration. Okay, let's put a keyframe on frame number 5 here. I will insert a keyframe. You can see the difference is that in frame number 5, the circle is still there. However, if we let's duplicate the layer first. Okay. I'll just do the same thing. I'll copy this circle using Ctrl C and then click on the first keyframe in the first frame here in layer 3 on layer 3, and you paste it. Now I want to hide the layer 1 so it's not going to be confusing. So using the eye here, you just click on that to hide. So I'll put the circle down here so that it won't overlap when I enable this again. So right now in number 5, it's still the same frame. So if I just if I right click on the 5th frame here, and I just click on insert keyframe, the difference is that it will insert an empty stage. That means there's nothing in the stage. Whereas in layer 1, you can see that in the 5th frame, you can see that there's something inside the stage or the keyframe. That is the difference between frames and keyframes. You can drag to see what is happening in each frame in the timeline. And if you right click on the layer name, you can see all the options that you can do. Like there's lock others, hide, is a layer, delete layer, guide, add motion guide, masking, show mask, insert, delete folder, expand folder, collapse, and properties, as you can see here. And to summarize what a timeline is, it is basically a place where you organize all your content that you need for your animation, which you can access it whenever you want. Even after you already made a complete animation and you want to go back to fix something, you can do that. All you need to do is just click on a frame, and then if this is the frame that you wanted to edit, you can always add a keyframe and then you can edit it. And that is it for this video. Hello and welcome back to Teaching of Animation Making using Macromedia. In this video, I will explain to you what is the difference between a scene and a layer. So, as you can see from the timeline, we are currently in scene number 1. A scene is like a piece of paper, whereas layer is like the drawings and the contents that you have to put in that particular scene. So if I want to make a frame by frame animation, for example, I'll just change this color, make sure I will remove the stroke first. Okay, and then I'll change the color to pink ball. So in this scene, I will try to make the ball move from this corner to the other corner. So just on frame 20, for example, I'll insert a keyframe. By holding shift, I'll just drag it along so that it will go to the other side. And then I'll right click in the middle, it can be anywhere, and then click on create motion scene. And this is what's happening in scene 1. The layers is just there, like the content, what you need for a scene. And then to insert a new scene, you go to insert and click on scene. Now you can see the current scene we are in is scene number 2. And then if you want to go back to the previous scene, you can click here on edit scene and go back to scene number 1. And let's go back to scene number 2. You can see here that scene number 2 is empty. Right now it's empty. But we don't want it to be empty. We want it to be different than scene number 1. So I will just write the text. Hello world. Hello. Welcome to Teaching of Animation. Or just align the text, make it bigger. This is too big, okay. Okay, and I can change the text here. Using the selection tool, I'll place it somewhere in the middle. And I want this text to show for at least 20 frames, so I will insert keyframe, not blank keyframe. As we discussed in the previous video, we right click on insert keyframe so that the text will stay in the same position as it is in scene number 1. In frame 1. And if you click on blank keyframe, it will disappear as a new scene. So I'll just Control Z to undo. Okay, now you can edit your layer in your scenes. So the scenes are the ones that you can edit. The layers are the ones that you can edit and add, and you can also you can add what you want for your content for your animation. The scene is just like a blank piece of paper that is there for you to do your animation. So it acts like a page. And in different scenes, we have different layers. So if you have, see, for example, if you have this scene, in scene 1, you only have one layer. And in scene 2, you have 2 layers. And these layers won't clash because each scenes contain a layer panel so that you can do your animation. And what happens if I play this, test this out, test this animation out? So I can go to Control and click on Test Movie, as we discussed in the previous video. Test Movie meaning it will start from scene 1. It will always start from scene 1. So if I test movie, go there, and then it will go to scene 2. And then it will go back to scene number 1. Unless you put a stop script at the end of scene 2, which will stop your scene. And that is the difference between a scene and a layer.
Hello and welcome back to Teaching of Animation Making using Macromedia. So, in this video, I will show you on how to align and transform your objects or your graphics. So, I have my Macromedia open. So, I'll just create a new document by clicking the Create New Fresh Document, so that it will open like this. It will create a new document, and then to align an object or a shape, you see in your right side panel here it says Align and Info and Transform. So what this basically do is aligns it to the stage, or to next to the other shapes. And if you don't have this panel, you can always go to Windows and click on Align. So I'll give you an example. I will create a circle without any stroke because I don't need a stroke for this example, and to make it easier, we'll just create a circle. And if I want this to be in the center of the page, for example, okay, right now it is outside the stage. It is in the gray area. Is this in the gray area, and I want it to be in the center of the stage. So go to your Align panel here, your right side, and then you want to turn this on. To enable it, you just click on it, and then it should have a blue border to know that it is activated. And you click on the shape that you want, for example this, and then distribute. You want to distribute it vertical so that it's in the middle, and also horizontal. So now the circle is perfectly in the center of the stage. Then you can also align it to the left edge, which will align it to the left edge, or here, align it to the right edge. So align in this edge, vertical edge. Then you can top distribute, so it will be here, top and also the bottom. And then there's align top, edge, middle, and bottom. Same goes for this, left, horizontal, and right. And then here to match size, so this have the exact same width
as the width of the stage. And then if you want it to match the same height as the stage, you click on that so that the circle here fits perfectly inside the stage. And here match width and height to match both of them at the same time, but it doesn't show because we already clicked on the width and height here. I'll just distribute. And this is space. If you have more object, you can use this to space it up. So I'll just use the transform tool, and I'll transform it into a smaller circle. You can hold shift for a perfect circle. You can hold shift for a perfect circle. Now I'll create more shapes. I'll change this rectangle into green. So I'll use the selection tool, click on the rectangle and change it to green. This is too bright. Maybe this is okay. Now if I want to have a evenly distribute space between it, so I will just press on shift and click on the circle as well. Then you click on space evenly vertical and space evenly horizontal. So now that it has a equal amount of space between the two shapes here. You can see. And if I enable this align to stage and then just try to space this out, let's see what happens. Nothing happens. It's more because the two shapes here will align to the circle will align itself onto the green rectangle. And if you remove it, it becomes a hole. And if you want to avoid that, and if you want to avoid that, you will need to convert the shapes into graphics, into a symbol. But I will be showing that in the upcoming videos. That's for the line, and then we have the info to see the information about the shape. So the width is 116 and the height is 118.6. And then this is the anchor position. Now this is very important because you always want the anchor position to be in the center. But it depends on the animation you're doing. Some animation requires you to put the anchor position out in these corners here. So that, but for a button, for a button, it is preferably to put it in the anchor point in the center, so that when you click, because when you click something, you always click some in the middle, not on the left corner, always on the middle. So that's what the anchor point is. And then we have to transform. We can change it 50. And then to put a constraint to lock this together so that they'll be equal. And then you can rotate how many degrees you want it. 45 degrees, skew. Let's just try 90 like that. And that is it for this video.
Hello, welcome back to Teaching of Animation Making using Macromedia. In this video, I will teach you on how to apply a motion tween onto drawings. So, first open up your Macromedia and create a new Flash document. Once you have created a new document, you want to draw. I will draw a square. For this example, I'll draw a square without a stroke, and I want this square to rotate around the whole canvas. So what I'm gonna do is, as you can see here, in the first frame there's a black dot, which means there's something on this stage. So let's do it 1 second each. So that means 12 frames per second, which means 1 second is equal to 12 frames. So we insert a new keyframe on frame number 12. So click on insert keyframe, and now we're on frame number 12. So as you can see here, the square is still here in the same position as the one in the first frame. Now what you want to do is just hold shift on your keyboard. While holding shift on your keyboard, you want to drag it across to the other side. But this time we will rotate it 1 time. So to rotate, you go to the first transform tool and until you see the rotation icon, you rotate it by holding shift. Okay, you don't need to hold shift. Just click on your mouse and just rotate it 1 time. 1 time like that. Next, you want to insert another 12 frames, so we need to calculate. So 12 plus 12 is 24. So we go to the 24th frame and insert a new keyframe. And then while holding shift, you want to drag it down. And then using the free transform tool, you want to rotate it once. Then 24 plus 12 is 36. So we want to insert a keyframe on the 36th frame here. Insert keyframe, and while holding shift, you want to drag it here. Then rotate it once. And then we will go back to the first keyframe here, or the first frame, and you want to right click and click on copy frames. Then go back to the 36th keyframe, and then we will calculate another 12 frames. So 36 plus 12 is 48. So we go on the 48th frame and insert it. We will click on paste frames since we already copied the first keyframe here. Just paste frame, and it should give you the same exact position as frame 1. So now you want to click in anywhere between the 2 keyframes here, and you right click on it and insert create motion tween, and then you do the same.
So click on anywhere on the frames here and right click and insert motion tween. As you can see here, it's moving around the page, around the stage. Okay, let's have another example. So we'll copy this layer. Okay, now I'll demonstrate another example. We want to insert a new layer by clicking the new layer icon here, and we will hide icon 1. Right now we have a blank keyframes here. So click on frame number 1, and I will use the square tool again by holding shift and just drag it. And this time I'll use the selection tool and change the color to orange. Looks nice. And I'll unhide the layer 1 and make sure they're not overlapping. So I'll put it here. And I want to make the orange square rotate to the end here. So in order to do that, we will go to make sure you hide layer 1, and then you go to the same keyframe here, frame number 12, and then you just insert a keyframe. Then want to shift a bit like that, and then you want to rotate it. So using the flip transform tool, rotate it halfway like that, and then go to the 24th frame, insert keyframe, holding shift and move a bit and rotate. And then on the 36th frame, insert the keyframe, and while holding shift you move it towards the end. Then you rotate it. Then this will be a blank keyframe since we don't have anything. So we just remove this. So right click on here, then while holding shift, click on the 37th frame, and right click and click on remove frames. So we click on random frame here and click on create motion tween. Same goes here, motion tween. As you can see, the motion tween did not work for rotating it, so we will need to do a frame by frame animation, which means we will do frame by frame, and you need to edit it every single time. And we will cover that in the next video lesson. And that is it on how to apply motion tween onto an object. Hello, welcome back to teaching of animation making using Macromedia. In this video, I will teach you on how to do a frame by frame animation, and for this tutorial we will be doing a bouncing ball animation. So go onto your web browser, go to Google, and then you want to type in bouncing ball animation and hit enter, and you want to go to images, and then you'll need one of these image. So I will choose this one since there are numbers and it'll be easy for you to follow. So you want to right click on the picture and then hit on save image as. And I'm going to save it under my desktop, so go to this PC and click on desktop, and then I will name this as bouncing ball. And once you have that saved, you want to go to your Macromedia, double click on it, and then create a new Flash document. Now, after you create a new Flash document, you want to go to File and click on Import to Library, and then find the bouncing ball image and click on Open. And then on your right side, under your library here, you want to drag it and then resize the picture. So using the free transform tool under tools, you want to make the image smaller. Okay. And there you have the image here. Now you want to make sure in your layer 1, you want to insert a keyframe on the 80th keyframe, so insert keyframe. And then we will lock this channel so you won't select it, and then create a new layer, insert new layer. Now in this layer, we will be drawing the circles here. So you can zoom in. Now we will use the oval tool here. Make sure there is no stroke, and you can choose whatever color. You can choose any color you want. So I'll choose purple, and then I will hold shift to make a perfect circle like that. Oh, sorry, I chose the one with the stroke, so make sure there's no stroke. And then like that. And then using the selection tool, and then you can place it like this. Now it's okay if you don't have the same size, you can always use the free transform tool and resize it, and go back using the selection tool to do like that. Next, you want to, I'll do this every 5 frames, so I'll insert keyframe, and then I'll move it to the second one here, as you can see. Now on the 10th keyframe, I will insert a keyframe again, then go on to the third one. And then on the 15th frame, you want to insert another keyframe, and then move this onto the 4th one. Same goes with the 20th. Now in this part, we can see that the ball is much more longer towards the upside and downside. So you want to go to Flip Transform tool and just make it longer. It doesn't have to be accurate. And then same goes for the 25th frame. Move it down, as you can see that the ball is much longer here and much slimmer. And you can rotate it. Okay. Now the 7th one here, you can see that insert keyframe. It's exactly the same as the 6th one. It's the same as the number 6, but so you want it to rotate anti-clockwise or clockwise is okay, as long as you get that shape. And then you just resize it and rescale and rotate. Okay, like that. Now we already have from 1 to 7. Now we do until the 28th here. So you just keep adding every 5 frames, and then insert keyframe, and then you want to rotate it anti-clockwise. Make sure if you rotate it anti-clockwise on the number 6, then on the number 8 here, you want to also make it anti-clockwise so that it will rotate the same way, like that. You can do what I'm doing, or you can always create with the new oval tool and then just redraw it every single time. But that will be time consuming, so this is the best way to do this exercise. So I will insert a new keyframe and scroll up here. Like that. Now it's much coming towards now, and here this part is going to be circle. So insert keyframe, insert keyframe here, and then just rotate and then resize like that. But right now it's not looking like a circle, so I will delete this, and then I will go back to frame number 4, because that is the last part where we have the circle. So on the 15th frame, you want to copy frames, and on the 45th frame, you want to paste frames. Then you just move it here, like that. Now on the 50th frame, you want to do the same. Just move it like that. Then 55 frame, insert new keyframe. Just do it like that. So you do this every 5 frames, and then you just insert a keyframe. Now, as you can see here, this part is similar to this one over here. So you want to go back. So that is the 40th frame. You want to copy and then paste on the 70th frame. So paste frames. So instead of insert keyframe, you just paste it. Then you just move it here and you rotate it like that. And as you can see here, this is the same here. Same as the 6th one, so you want to go back to number 6, which is the 25th. So copy. Then on the 75, you just press paste. So you just do like that. Okay. And you can see the 17th is much smaller than 7, so on the 30th frame you copy frames, and then on the 80th you just press paste frames. And then you want to move it like that, but this time you want to resize it so that it will match the size. Because 17th have a smaller circle size. Now we already reached the end of the keyframes earlier, so you just want to add more frames. So you can either, on layer 1, you can either drag, so maybe another until 120 frames. You just drag the keyframe and put it to 120, and then we will just insert a new keyframe each time. And we will do the same thing. So we will copy this part, so that is 35th frame. So you copy frames, and then on the 85 you just press on paste frame, and then you just copy like that. Now you can see here, this part is circle again. So you want to copy the circle shape. So find the circle shape. So here, just click on copy frames, and then on the 90th you want to paste frames, and then you scroll down and then paste it like that, and then same goes for the 95th, and then for 100 same, 105 also same, 110 also same. Now this is a bit tricky because you can't really see it much. So as you can see here, this is much longer shape, so we will copy this one. So find the 75 frame, you copy frames and then paste it on the 111 frames. Then do like that. But this time you can see it's much smaller, so you rotate it a bit and then just make it smaller. As you can see, this is not enough, so we'll just drag it, give it to 160. So now we will copy the 17th frame, the 17th here. So find the 17th. So that is that's the 80th frame. So you copy and then paste it. Then we just move it here. Oh, and it's the same size. That's fine. Now we will copy this keyframe. So that will be the 85. So copy, and then on the 125 you paste it. Paste frames. Make sure to rotate. Now this is getting harder to see. That's okay. Don't panic. So we'll go to the 105 frame and copy the circle frames, because you can see here that this is circle. There's 3 circle. Oh, they're all circles here. So you want to just copy and paste that. Then just insert keyframe, insert keyframe again, insert keyframe again, and lastly insert keyframe 150. So we can remove this for 150. Then by holding shift and select this frames here and make sure you remove frames. Now we will zoom out. So I'll zoom it out to 100. And now we will hide layer 1. As you can see all of this here. So you want to select and by holding shift. So select the first keyframe here, first frame, and then go on to the last one, which is 150. While holding shift, you click on it. So you select all of them. And then in your properties panel here, it says tween. So you want to click on tween and click on motion tween. And now I'll show you what happened when we press enter, like a control enter. So you go to control and you can click on test movie. So control enter, that's the shortcut. Or you can just go to control and click on test movie. So as you can see, it's like that. It's not that smooth. So what we want to do is delete the first layer so it's not shown when we test the movie. So delete that layer. And then don't forget to save your file. So to save, you can, for the shortcut is Control and S, or you go to File, click on Save. Then I'll name it Bouncing Ball Animation. I will save it on my desktop and then save. And then Control Enter to test the movie. So test movie. You can see that it's not smooth. It's like lagging. So what we want to do, instead of motion tween, you want to, so we want to do it with shape tween. So click on frame number 1, and while holding shift, click on frame number 150 to select them all. Then you want to change it to shape tween. And if you can see, it's moving very smoothly because shape tween, so each frame they will change the shape to fit to the next keyframe shape to give it a smooth animation. So don't forget to save by holding Control and S. Then we will go to Control and click on Test Movie. As you can see that this is much smoother, but it's slower. That is because we put it every 5 frames. But if you want to be faster, you can always drag it backwards, and then you do it for all 28 of all 28 frames, because in the picture there was like 28, and then you just move it. So you just leave one gap and then you put it another. So if I do that, let me demonstrate. So you just leave one frame gap. but this will make the animation much faster. So you click and then you just drag. It's a very easy process to do. It's an easy process, but it's very time consuming. Okay, for this, you want to click on the next keyframe, which is the 62, and then hold shift until and click on the 150, and you want to remove frames. Right click and click on remove frames. So it will remove the frames there. Then you want to save your file again, so Control S to save it. Control S and save it. And then you want to test the movie, so Control Enter, or you can go here, test movie. As you can see here, it is moving much faster now. And it's much better from the previous one because it's more of a bouncing ball. And that is it for this tutorial on frame by frame animation. Hello and welcome back to Teaching of Animation Making using Macromedia. In this video, I will teach you on how to do some masking onto a text or an image. So, firstly, we need to start with creating a new Flash document. So go ahead and create a new Flash document. But before we start, go onto your desktop first and then right click on it and create a new folder. Name it as animation. And then take a copy and then move all the bouncing ball from the previous tutorial. You want to move the file, the bouncing ball file, onto the animation. And this folder, we will save all our animation tutorials there so that you won't have a lot of files on your desktop. Okay, so go back to your Macromedia and we will do some masking. Alright, so in the first layer, we will put all the items that you want it to be masked. So this can be an image or a text. So for this example, I will do the text first. So masking and masking flash. Right, so I'll just using the selection tool, the free transform tool, I'll resize it. And then using the selection tool to put it somewhere like this. Okay, now you want to enter a new layer, so insert a new layer. And in layer 2, we will put the shape that will act as a mask. So basically layer 2 is the masking layer. So I'll put a oval tool and black color. I'll change the fill color to black. And then using the selection tool, make sure the masking is bigger than the text so that there won't be any errors or weird looking. So I'll put until 60th frame. So while holding shift and click on both of them and insert your keyframe. Right. So click on the 60 frame on the second layer. While holding shift, we'll move it onto the other side of the other side of the stage, and then you want to create motion tween. So right click and create on motion tween so that it will move like that. Now this is the important part. So click on layer 2 here, and then you right click on it and click on mask. And as you can see, the text has disappeared, but when you slide this like that, you can see the text like is showing again. So it's basically giving you like a spotlight effect. So if we make sure to save your file first, so go to file, click on save, and then make sure you save it under the animation folder. So I'll name this as masking tutorial. So, and then you want to go to control and then click on test movie, or control enter for shortcut. So test movie, as you can see now, the text is revealing itself little by little. Now, if you want to do this as a image, you can do that also. So I'll insert a new layer here. And in this layer 3, I'll put an image. So make sure you go to open your web browser and then go to Google, and we'll find an image. So for this example, I will do a cartoon image. Cartoon picture, maybe, yeah. Okay. Maybe I want this minion, so I'll right click, save image as. Make sure you save it under the animation folder. I'll rename the file into minion and save. Then you want to go back to your Macromedia, and then you go to file, go to import to library, and import the minion file. And then from your library section, library panel on your right side, you want to drop it, and don't forget to use the free transform tool and resize it so that it will fit onto the stage like that. Put it right here. And then we want to add a new layer, so insert layer, and on this layer we will add in the first layer we will add a rectangle to cover the whole picture here, and then on the second layer you want it to insert keyframe, blank keyframe. So we will add a circle And I want to reveal this first. This minion, and then okay, I'll move this one. Make sure you click and drag. I want to move on the 10th, and then on the 20th, I'll insert another keyframe, and I'll move it here. Then on the 25th, move this on the 30th, and maybe like that. Then on the 40th, insert keyframe. That same go to 50. Just move it however you like. Insert keyframe. Now we will apply. We will apply. Go on your properties panel here down in the bottom. Tween. When it's shape tween. Like that. And then you want to apply mask. So mask. You can see. Okay, now we don't forget to Control S to save. And then go to Control, Test Movie. And as you can see, it is revealing the image. And that is it on how to do masking on Macromedia. Hello and welcome back to Teaching Up Animation Making using Macromedia. In this video, I'll teach you on how to use guides. So, for this tutorial, we will be making a bee, a flying bee. So, go on to your web browser and go to Google and search for a cartoon bee. Search for a cartoon bee. Drawing. Then you want to go to images. For this, I will use this image. So I will right click and click on save image, and I'll click on the save image as, and make sure you save it onto the folder that we created. So desktop animation, and I'll save it as B, and I'll save it as B. So once you have it saved, you want to go to your desktop and launch Macromedia. And once you have it launched, you want to create a new Flash document. So you click on that, and then you go onto File, go to Import, Import to Library, and then you want to import the B image here. So you import that, open, and then on your library panel, you want to click on that, then drag and drop. Once you have your B imported, you want to resize it. So using the free transform tool, you want to resize your B picture. So I'll use a small because B's are small. Now we will zoom in. I've zoomed it to be 800. Now using the line tool, I will trace on the image here. So make sure to insert a new layer. This layer 2 will be the layer that we'll trace it out. So lock the first layer, and then we will draw on layer 2. I'll increase the stroke to maybe 4. It's too big, so maybe one is okay. And then using the selection tool, you want to click on the middle of the stroke so that it will curve out. Then click on the sub-selection tool, and then you want to curve it out. Like that, and then you repeat. You can always hide the layer one so you can see if it's neat or not. Then you can unhide it again. So using the selection tool to make the curve, and then using the sub-selection tool, A, to click on the edge here until you see the nodes, then you can adjust the nodes, the curves. And then you use the line tool again to make a new line. And then using the selection tool to make the curve. And then you repeat until your whole bee is done. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be perfect. Okay. So for the body, you can always use an oval tool, but only use the stroke, but not. So you only get the stroke. To select it all, and then using the free transform tool to resize. Then you click on it to delete the piece here to make it neat. So you click on it and then just click it once using the selection tool, and on your keyboard, press on the delete button. Now for the eyes, you do the same, except you put the fill into black and the stroke into no stroke. And then using the selection tool to adjust the size. And then you repeat for the antenna. So using the oval tool and the selection tool, size it, and then you want to copy and paste like that. And then using the line tool, connect it like that. And then you want to hide the first layer And then using the selection tool, you want to make a curve. That. You can unhide, and then to make the mouth is just a line. That, and then make sure to hide. And using the selection tool, just make a little curve. Same goes for this. You just draw a straight line first. Then hide it. And then using the selection tool, you want to make a curve. Like that. It doesn't have to be accurate, it's okay. Now for the tail, you need a line tool and just connect it like that. And for the legs, you just make a straight line. And then make sure to hide the layer, and using the selection tool, you want to make a curve like that. Okay, now that it's done, we want to get the colors. So using the ink bottle, the eyedropper tool, you want to get that color, but make sure you unlock the color. So that, copy, and then on your second layer, you want to drop like that. And then for the black, you just use the fill button and make it black. Make sure it's in the paint bucket tool. Then you just drop it like that. And now for the wings, you want to unlock layer 1 again, and using the eyedropper tool, click on it one time, and then you lock the layer 1. Then you just paint it like that. Now let's hide layer number 1. And we have our bee ready. Now we want to convert this bee into a graphic symbol. So first we just delete layer 1. So delete layer, and we will rename layer 2 into, double click on it to rename, and name it to bee. Tool. Using the selection tool, you want to drag and highlight. So like that. Make sure everything is highlighted. You right click on it, and you want to convert to graphic, and then the name symbol here, we name it as B. In the middle, and click on OK. Now we have our B here. Next, we want to create our guide layers. Okay, now we want to right click on the B and click on add motion guide, so that this is the guide layer. And in the guide layer, you want to go to your pencil tool or brush tool. VB will fly it. So I'll just create like this. And then you click on the B using the selection tool. You want to attach attach the bee to the guide layer. Make sure you attach it to the center point. Okay. And now you want to insert until 60th frame. Insert frame and insert keyframe for the bee. But this time the bee will be down here. Like that. Create motion. Now as you can see, the bee is flying. In the guideline here. You can insert a keyframe here. So insert keyframe and right click on it, and you want to transform the bee. Go to modify, transform, and rotate. So you want to go to modify and click on transform and flip vertically. Wait, sorry. Modify, transform horizontally. So it will face the other side. And then you can see that it's like that. And we don't want that to happen. So what we can do is from here to here, select this frames and you want to remove frames. And then on frame 25th, you want to insert a keyframe. And then you attach it to make it like that. And then until frame 45, you insert a new keyframe and you'll fly it like this. Okay, and then frame 50, insert a new keyframe and you go to modify and go to transform, flip horizontally, so you will flip the other way like that. And then frame 60, insert keyframe and attach it to the end of the line. That. Make sure to save your file. Save. Make sure it's saved under the animation folder. Name is B. And if we go to control test movie, it will look like that. So that's mean we need to modify it more. So here, I'll just copy frames on frame 55 base and move it like that. Paste again, and then just move it somewhere here. Same goes for this, paste, and then copy here, paste frames. Then you want to go to modify, transform, flip horizontally, mix it in the middle. Then you want to go to control, test movie, like that, to make it look it's much smoother. Now we want to add a background to this. So go back to your browser. And you want to find a background for your bee. So flower background. Or maybe park background. And find a background that is suitable for your bee. So maybe I'll use this background. It looks nice. It's blurry. Okay, now that is fully loaded, you can right click, save image as. Make sure you save it onto your animation folder and name it as park background. Okay, then you want to go back to your Macromedia, go to file, import the library, and import the park picture. And you want to insert a new layer. Make sure the layer is outside of the guide layer. So you want to click on the guide layer here and click on insert layer so that it's outside of the layer, the guide layer, and then you just bring it down like that. Make sure it's like not inside this layer, it's outside. So I'll name it as park. And then you want to hide the guide and the bee first, and then you want to go to your library panel and click on park background, and you want to drag and drop. Make sure you resize it, so using the free transform tool and to resize it like that. Now you want to unhide the guide layer and the bee. Make sure you save it, and then let's test the movie. So you go to control and click on test movie. As you can see here, the bee is flying. And that is it for this video on how to add a guide layer.
Hello, welcome back to Teaching of Animation Making using Macromedia. In this video, I will teach you on how to import audios into Macromedia. First up, open up your web browser and go into Google, and then you want to search for a sound effect that you want. I'm going to search for a button sound effect. Now I will open the second link here, soundj.com, and click on it, and it should direct you to this page, and I will play some of the sounds available and I will download it. I like the button sound 9 here. Now in Macromedia you have a choice to import a WAV format or MP3 format. MP3 have a smaller file size when it's compared to WAV format, but I would recommend you to download the WAV format because most of the time Macromedia won't Macromedia will not be able to open the MP3 format, so you will need the WAV format. So I'll click on the WAV format and then I'll save it in the animation folder on my desktop here, and I'll save it. After you finish downloading your sound effect or your songs, you will need to go to your Macromedia and open it up, and then you will need to create a new Flash document, and then you want to import it to Macromedia. So to do that, you will need to go to the File menu, and then you want to click on Import to Library, and then you want to find the sound effect. So this is the sound effect that I've downloaded, and then I'll click on Open, and then it should import on your library here in your library panel. So all you need to do is just drag and drop onto the stage, and you can see here in frame number 1 there's the audio playing here. And to find out if it's the audio, you can click on the frame 1, and in your properties panel here you can see here it says sound button 09a.wav, and then there's the effect that you can choose: left channel, right channel. Left channel meaning it's if you are using headphones or earphones, left channel meaning it's the left side, and then right channel is the right side, and then fade left to right meaning it will go the sound meaning will go from left to the right, and then fade right to left is the sound will play from the right ear to the left ear, and then fade in it will start to fade in. Fade out it will fade out. And then custom, you can customize your own effects however you want, like that, but I'm not going to do any changes, so I'll just click on cancel. And then here in sync there is event, start, stop, and stream. I would always recommend using the event. I would recommend to always use the event instead of the stream. And then the event and stream do the same, but the stream have a event have a better sound quality over stream, so that's why I prefer using the event sync. And start meaning the song or the audio itself is always start at the beginning of the music of the audio, and then stop meaning that the sound will just stop. And then there's the repeat here. You can make the song on repeat, like here it says 1, so it will repeat 1 time, and then if you put it on loop it will keep on repeating and repeating. So I'll demonstrate it to you. So if I put it on repeat 1 time and then I go to control and test on movie, you can hear the sound it only played 1 time. But if I put it on loop, you can hear that the sound keeps on looping and repeating from the beginning again and again. And that is it for this video. Hello and welcome back to Teaching of Animation Making using Macromedia. In this lesson, I'll teach you on how to convert a shape or images to a button, movie clip, and graphic symbol. So open up your Macromedia Flash, and then you want to create a new document. You create a new Flash document. Once you create a new Flash document, you want to first we will create a button. So alright, so using the rectangle tool, I will make a button. So just zoom in. So we can see the button here. So right now this is just a simple square shape, a rectangle shape. Then I want to change the color. Maybe orange color. Then for stroke, let's make it thicker. So about 3. Make sure to double click so you get all the strokes selected. And there you have it. Now you can choose the line for the stroke, but I'm not going to change that. And now I will just highlight like this, and then you want to right click, or you can go to modify and click convert to symbol. So when you click on it, you have 3 options: movie clip, button, and graphic. So we want to make a button. So first you want to name your button. The name is case sensitive when you want to do some action script, or if you want to do some action script with it. The name is very sensitive, so you need to use that name as it is. So for example, just like button 1. Make sure you click the button, then the registration point will be in the middle. So if you put it like in the top corner, it'll be somewhere here, and then this one top middle will be here, and then the right top corner will be here, and so on. So I'll just use in the middle because that is how most people click on a button. They always click on the middle, so we will use the middle registration point. And then you just want to hit on OK, and then you have a button here. And you can see in the properties panel down here, you can see it's a button. You can also change as a movie clip or graphic as well. And then if you want to go inside the button, you want to double click on the button. So double click, and you can see here in the timeline, you can see here scene 1 and button 1. So right now we are currently in button 1, inside button 1. And if you want to go back to scene 1, you just click on this and we'll go back to the main scene. But if we double click, it will go inside the button. So inside the button, you can see the timeline here is much different than the main scene. We have up, over, down, hit. So up meaning that the mouse is like not touching the button here, and over meaning the mouse cursor is on the button itself. And when down is when you click on it, like you hold down on the button, and when you hit, you just click quickly like that. So and I will just give you a demonstration. So up button I will keep as orange, and then over you want to insert a new keyframe, and then I will just change the color. I'll change the color first, purple, and I will resize it to smaller, like that. So as you can see, now for the down button, I want to be the same size as the up, so copy frames and paste frames, and then I just want to change the inside color to be maybe blue. You can see the difference, and then I'll just copy the over frame, so copy frames and paste it on the hit, and then I will change this into light orange. And then next we will insert a new layer, and then in this layer we will name it as text. So rename the layer too by double clicking on it and change the name into text. So in this layer we will put the text. So using the text tool here, you want to click on it and write as button. Then you want to select all, and then I'll change the color to black or gray, and then I'll put this somewhere here in the middle. And remember, if you want to align it, so you just click on this, like that. Double click on the, make sure you selected the button rectangle here, and then also the text to align it properly. And once that's done, and maybe you don't want the text when it's down, so I'll remove these two frames here, so holding shift and click on the other one and just click on remove frames, and that should remove the frames. So in the down there's no any text, and also in the head there's no text, only up and over. So first I'm going to save, so go to file and save, and make sure you save it under the animation folder that you created, and we will just name this symbols. Alright, now once you have it saved, you want to go to control and test the movie, so click on test movie. As you can see right now, the mouse is not on top of the button, so the button is orange, but when you go over it, you can see the button changes into purple color, and when you click down it becomes blue, and when you hit it, you'll need an action script for it to go to the next scene, and then that's when you hit and the button will change into white. So, and most of the time you don't need the hit part. You don't need to insert a keyframe here because down and hit is the same. So when you hit on it, there's not going to be much difference. So most of the time people will just leave this out. So leave this like clear keyframe, so just like that, or they just remove the frames. So what happens when you remove the hit? So we're just going to test it out, this movie. It is still clickable. So there's not going to be much difference. Alright, next we will convert it to a graphic symbol. So for this, I'll just draw a sun. So circle, and then using the selection tool to edit. So color it yellow. And I'll delete the stroke. This is too bright. Maybe this like a fried egg. So using the line tool, make sure it's the same color. So using the eyedropper tool, click on it, and then the stroke. Then using the line tool, and make sure you get the stroke color the same. So you want to create a sun. Doesn't have to be perfect. And then I'll use the paint bucket tool to fill it in. Once you have done, you want to double click on the stroke and delete it, so it looks something like this. Now you want to convert this to graphics, so you click on it, right click and click on convert to symbol, and then you want to click the graphic, and I'll change the name to sun, and make sure the registration point is in the middle as usual, and then click on OK, and now we have a sun. And then this graphic is the graphic symbol. It basically groups everything together, and then when you double click on it, it will show something like this, and you can do animation inside the timeline. And then when you go out, it's like this. Now we will do another one. So I'll just copy this. So right click, copy, and then paste in place. Then like that. But this time I'm going to change it into a movie clip. So what you want to do is just Control B to break apart the Control B on your keyboard to break apart the graphic symbol, or you go to modify and click on break apart, and then you just break apart. So we'll go back to the shape again. Now you want to right click and then click on convert to symbol, and then click on movie clips. So here I'll name it as movie clip. I'll name it as sun underscore MC, which stands for movie clip, with the registration point in the middle. And then you click on OK. And there you have it. It looks the same. Even the inside is the same, but you can see here the icon. This is the movie clip icon. And then when you go back, go to the graphics, and this is the graphic icon. So what happens if I put animation inside? But before that, I'll show you on if it's the same or not. So when you play the SWF format, so you go to Control, click on Test Movie. As you can see, they both are the same. Now, I will just click on the graphic symbol first, and then I will create insert keyframe here, and then using the free transform tool, I'll just rotate like that, and then do it for every 5 frames. Okay, maybe like this is enough. And you want to select all of them, and then in Tween you want to click on motion tween so that it will rotate like that. And then when you click on control test movie, you can see the slide is not moving because that is a graphic symbol and not a movie clip. But if you click on test scene, you can see the sun here, it is moving, but it is at the top of the corner. So what you want to do is you go back to scene 1, and then in this scene we will go back to scene 1. So you want to copy all of these points, so click on your frame 1, click on your frame 1, and then while holding shift click on your 35th frame, and then you want to copy frames, then go back to scene 1, and then you want to enter into the movie clip symbol. So you double click on the movie clip symbol, and then you want to click on frame 1, right click and click on paste frames, so it will copy the animation that is inside the graphic symbol. And then what happens if we play this, the SWF file, so you want to test movie. As you can see the difference, the movie clip symbol will still keep on playing, whereas the graphic symbol does not. So that is the difference between graphic symbol and a movie clip. Make sure to save your file, and that is it for this tutorial video. Hello and welcome back to teaching of animation making using Macromedia. In this video, I will teach you on how to create step-by-step animation, and this is tutorial 1. In this tutorial, I will teach you on how to create a running animation. So you first off, you want to go to your Google, and on your web browser, you want to go to Google, and then you want to search for a running sprite. So search for a running sprite and hit on enter, and then you want to go to images, and then here you can see all the sprites. I'll choose this, so you want to right click on it, click on save. In your animation folder, you want to save it as running woman animation, running woman sprite, like that, and click on save. And then you want to open your Macromedia Flash 8, and then you want to create a new document, create a new Flash document, and then you want to go to file, click on import to library, and then you want to find the running sprite and click on open, and then on your library panel here you want to click on it and drag and drop. Since there are 8 running sprites, it will be very time consuming to copy and paste. So what I'm going to do is, since there are 8 sprites here, I will just, and it will be really time consuming, so I'll just trace the first 4 sprite, or you can choose the first the last 4 bottom sprite here. I'll just, for this video, I'll just do the first running sprite. I'll make it big so I can see. Then I'll lock the layer, and then I'll insert a new layer, and this is where I'll be tracing over it. So I'll zoom in. So I'll zoom in and I'll trace around the girl here. So using the line tool, the selection tool, and the subselection tool, like we did with the B tutorial, and that is how you will need to trace. So just do like that, using the selection tool to curve it out, and then using the subselection tool to rotate to make the to adjust the curve. I'll double click on it. Using the selection tool, you want to double click on it, and I will change it to black so you can see, and zoom it more. Now using the line tool, I'll just try to trace it. Remember, it doesn't have to be perfect. It will take time for you to get used to this, but practice makes perfect. If you have your own character that you draw on a piece of paper, you could scan it in your printer. Ask your adult to help you to scan it, and then you can import that picture on Macromedia, and you can trace the image the same way that I'm doing for the sprite. Make sure that the lines are connecting with each other. Like, see, you don't want to have gaps here, so you want to connect it, or else you'll have some trouble with filling in the colors later on. And once you're done getting all the stroke traced out, you want to go to your, using your eyedropper tool, and you want to click on the skin color, and then you just fill it in. Make sure you unlock the layer one first to get the color. Then you lock it again. Fill it in. As you can see here, you can't really fill this in. That means there's a gap. So you want to click on gap size here, options. Close large gaps. So it will close the large gaps and fill in with the beige color, with the skin color. And then you want to repeat this process, so unlock the layer one using the eyedropper tool, then lock it again, and then you just paint the color. Like that. And then you just repeat again and again. So and that's done that's one sprite done. Now you want to convert this into a symbol. So movie clip symbol, remember? So we will name this as running and click on OK. And then you want to go inside this movie clip symbol. You go inside this movie clip symbol, and then you want to click on the second frame, and then you want to click on insert keyframe. Make sure you insert a keyframe, not blank keyframe, but keyframe. And then while holding shift, you want to move it to the side and make sure that it should be adjusted. As you can see here, it's not properly adjusted. Now you have an option to delete this and trace it all over again, or you want to modify it. As you can see here, the face is alright, but starting from the body and the hands, they are a bit much lower angle. You can see this is higher and this is low. So what you want to do is you can delete it, as highlight and select and delete, like that. And then be careful for this one, which is closer to the neck, because we want to keep the head like that. Now we will use the line tool again and trace the body. And you will do this process with the third and fourth sprite. Make sure the lines are connected. As you can see, this is not connected. You want to connect it. Now once you have it traced out, you want to copy the color. So you go back to frame 1 and then you want to click on the eyedropper tool and then go back to frame 2 and then you want to just copy the color like that and fill it in. And then you repeat the process. So go back to frame 1. Using the eyedropper tool, you want to copy the color, and then once you have it copied, you want to go back to frame 2 and you just fill it in. So go back to frame 1, using the eyedropper tool, copy color, and go back to frame 2 and fill it in. And there you have it. Now, we want to create the third sprite, so what to do is, so you will need to go to the third frame and then right click and click on insert keyframe, and then we will zoom it out like that by maybe to 100%. And then using the selection tool while having everything selected and while holding shift, you want to do like that. As you can see, the body, we have the head perfectly. It's just the body part that's not perfect. So we will do what we did with the second sprite. We will delete it. Highlight and delete by pressing delete on your keyboard. Highlight and delete. Highlight and delete. Highlight and delete. Then zooming in, make sure you can, to delete it you can highlight and delete, or you can click on it and delete. And then we will keep this one, the stroke, because we will need it. There's not much difference, so we'll just like that. And we will use the line tool to trace it out again. Now, once you have it traced for the third frame, you want to color it again. So make sure to zoom it out first, and then you want to go back to the first or second frame, and then you want to copy the color using the eyedropper tool. So click on the eyedropper tool and click on copy, click on the short, go back and then paste the color like that. And then you repeat the process with the skin and the pants. And now the last sprite. So you want to insert a new keyframe, insert a keyframe on the fourth frame, zoom it out first, and then using the selection tool and while holding shift on your keyboard, and you want to move it like that. You can hold shift to make it move in the one direction, and don't hold shift so you can move it like this. As you can see, like it looks like this. Now for this process, I will just remove this part and keep the hand. So highlight and delete and zoom in to see it carefully. Like that, and you can see that. I'll just delete this part, keep this in. Now I will trace it again. So using the line tool and the selection and the sub-selection tool to do the tracing. If this is too hard for you, you can always trace it without not like what I'm doing. So you can delete everything and then trace it. And once you're done with this, you want to fill in the strokes. So like we did with the previous 3 keyframes here, 3 frames, you want to go back a previous frame, and using the eyedropper tool you want to copy the color and paste it like that. And now you want to zoom out, and once you're done with the 4 running sprite, make sure you to save your file first. So click on File and click on Save. I'll name this Running Animation. And now you want to go back to your second frame. You want to highlight everything, and while holding Shift, you want to make sure it's in the same position like that. And go back to your second frame, and then while having everything selected, and hold Shift on your keyboard, and then just slide it like that. So now it looks like that. And then you repeat the same. So go back to your third frame, highlight and select everything, and while holding Shift, you move it to the first drawing here. And then same goes for the fourth one. So highlight and select, and while holding Shift, you move it like that. Now it looks like it's running. Now you want to go back to scene 1, and you can delete this layer, the first layer, since we don't need it anymore. You can press on the trash, and then make sure you save it. So Ctrl S to save it, then go to Control and click on Test Movie. And as you can see, it is a running sprite. Now you want to go to Google, and we will find a running track for the sprite to run. So running track. Cartoon. I will click on this. I will save this image. It looks suitable, so you right click and click on Save Image As. Make sure you save it in your animation folder, and I will name it as running track. Then you want to go back to your Macromedia, and you want to import that running track. So you go to File, click on Import to Library, and click on the running track and click on Open. And this time, make sure you want to insert a new layer and bring this layer down under layer 2. So put layer 3 under layer 2 by just dragging it down. And then you want to zoom out, and then you want to drag and drop the running track. You want to resize it so it will fit the stage. And then you want to go back to the second layer on the first keyframe, on the first frame. You want to put it at the end of the stage like that. And then you want to maybe 60 frames, so insert a keyframe also for the bottom one, insert keyframe, go back to layer 2. On the 65th keyframe, you want to move it to the other side. And then you want to click on create motion tween, so it will move from one side to the other. Make sure to save it again, so Ctrl S to save your file, and then go to Control, Test Movie. And as you can see, your running animation is finished. And that is it for this video. Hello, welcome back to teaching of animation making using Macromedia. This is tutorial number 2. Now, for this tutorial, we will create a space animation. So you will need a spaceship, some planets, and some clouds, and also stars. So, first off, you want to go to your web browsers and go to Google, and you can search for spaceship PNG, spaceship cartoon. Don't worry if you cannot find the one that you want. I will be uploading the images in the Google Drive, so you can download it from there, so you don't need to search for it. So I will choose this because it looks simple. So you want to right click on it and then click on save, and under your make sure you save it under your animation folder, so spaceship. And then we will need some planets, so planets cartoon. I'll choose this because it's simple. So save image, and then in your animation folder you want to save it as planets. Now we need some clouds, so search for clouds cartoon, and just a simple cloud will do, so this will be fine. So save image and cloud, sorry. And then we need the stars, so star cartoon. You can choose any of this star. I'll choose this one. I'll choose this one since it is simple. So save and save it in your animation folder and save it as star, the file name as star, and save. Now you want to go to your Macromedia and open it. And then you want to create a new Flash document. And then you want to import the image file, and then you want to import the images into the library. So go to File, click on Import, Import to Library, and then we will trace the images. So planets, while holding Control to select it, Control, and then spaceship, star, and also the cloud. Click on open, and you have it in your library now. So remember, the first layer will always be our tracing. If you want to trace an image or something, make sure the layer is below, the picture image is below the one we want to trace. So right now I'll trace this cloud and then insert a new layer while locking the first layer so that it won't be clickable, so that it won't move. And then we can trace our clouds now. For this, you just need one pair or one set of clouds. Doesn't matter, because we will copy and paste the graphics later. So just do like this. Using your line tool and then selection tool to make the curves. And then using the sub-selection tool to adjust the nodes of the curve. And then you repeat the whole process. And if you can't see properly, you can always hide the layer 1 first. And you can see if there's any gaps or not. And then you just connect it. Using the selection tool, you want to connect the lines together. And then unhide the layer 1 again and continue to trace. Remember, it doesn't have to be perfect. Then I will hide layer 1 first so you can see the progress. And then I will adjust it. And once everything is connected and it looks alright to you, and make sure you get the gray area also. And then you unlock the first layer and using the eyedropper tool and get the gray color. And then go back to layer 2 and paste the color. Then go back to layer 1, frame 1, get the white color, and go back to frame 1 on layer 2 and drop the color like that. And now we can now we can convert this cloud into a movie clip. So I'll highlight it like this. Then I want to resize it to make it small, like this. And then right click on it and click on convert to symbol. Make sure you click on the movie clip type and with the registration point in the center, and you can name this as cloud and hit on OK. Now you can delete this out of your stage. So you can delete. So once you delete it, it will be removed from the stage, but it will still be there in your library. Now we want to unhide and unlock layer 1, and you want to delete this image. So hit on delete on your keyboard, and we will trace the planet, spaceship, and star. So first I will do the planets first, then resize it. For the planets, I will just trace the Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, the last three. So I will lock this and then go back to layer 2 and we will trace it. So make sure to zoom in so you can see clearly. So for the planets, we can use the oval tool. So using the oval tool with no fill and just a stroke, you can create it. Make sure you resize it. Once you think everything is alright, you can proceed with the line tool and draw the lines here. You can hide the first layer, and using the selection tool you can adjust the curves. Then unhide and repeat the process. And once that's done, you want to double click on this. You want to click on the outer part while holding shift. Click on the ring, and then in your properties panel, you want to increase the size of the stroke. So maybe 5, and so that it will give you a ring shape. Okay, maybe 5 is too big. Maybe like that, a 3. Then you want to unhide it and then unlock it and use the eyedropper tool to get the color. So copy and then fill in the colors like that. Go back to the layer 1 and copy the color, then fill it in. Next we'll do the Uranus and Neptune. So they are very easy. So all you need to do is lock the layer first, lock layer 1, and then using the oval tool with no fill in, you just draw a circle. Make sure the stroke is the same, so I'll give this a 1 and resize it. Now you want to increase the stroke for the inside, like that. Because it is lined, so you just make it like that. Now for the bigger part, you just need to use number 1 stroke size and then just create like that and make a curve. Same thing with the bottom here, you just want to create a straight line and a curve. And for this one, you want to just make a line using the line tool, maybe 3, size the stroke height 3, and click on this and click on the color here and just create a line like that, and like that. And you want to hide the first layer and you just use the selection tool to make the curve. Then using the paint bucket tool, you want to click on the fill color, copy this color and fill it in. And there you have it for the insides. And now unhide the color. Then you want to use the paint bucket tool, copy the darker blue color and drop it like that. Click on this and then click on the color and copy, paste and fill in the color, and that is for the planets. So I will zoom out, then I will highlight like this, right click on just movie clip. You can either do a movie clip or graphic, but since I want to do some animation inside it, I will do a movie clip. So Saturn with the registration point in the middle, and then you do the same with Uranus and Neptune. So highlight and select, right click, and then the name will be Uranus with the type movie clip and the registration point in the middle, and click on OK. Same thing with the Neptune, highlight and select, right click, convert to symbol, movie clip, Neptune, and registration on the middle, and click on OK. Now we have the movie clips in the library. We can delete the screenshot here, so you just press on delete, and also delete the planets, we don't need it. And then now we will trace the spaceship and a star. So you want to drag and drop the spaceship, resize it to make it smaller. The smaller the better, because it'll be easier for you to trace, and then you can just easily resize it. And then you also want to drag and drop the star, since it is simple. Then just drag and drop like that, and put it near the spaceship. And you want to, since we put it in the layer 2s, which you don't want that, so you copy the spaceship and star, and you make sure you delete it, and then go back to layer 1 frame 1 and paste in place. Make sure you put it in the layer 1, okay? And then you want to lock the layer so you don't accidentally select it. And then you zoom in again, and you proceed with the tracing. And once you're done tracing with the spaceship, you can fill in the colors. So using the paint bucket tool, go to the fill color in the properties panel, click on the color and just paint it. Make sure you click it once and then you hover over the color and just paint it. Since this part was made out of stroke, we will need to double click on it and change the stroke color and select with the eyedrop and select the color. And then go back to the fill paint color, the paint bucket tool, and we'll do the same. And then you want to hide the layer and see if it's okay. It looks fine. Now we do the star shape. So on your layer 2, we will do the star shape. So using the line tool, just create it. You can make pointed edges like this for faster, or you can do like this, make a straight line and then curve it using the selection tool. But I will just do sharp edges, so just using the line tool. And once that's done, you want to go to your paint bucket tool, click on the fill color in your property panel, click on the color using the eyedropper tool and fill it in. And once that's done, you want to hide the layer and see the spaceship and the star is alright in terms of the color and the shape. And once that's done, you want to delete layer 1, or you can just unlock the layer and delete the images inside it. And there you go. Now go back to your layer 2 and highlight and select, right click over the symbol, and we will change it to a graphic symbol. And name it as spaceship with the registration point in the middle. Same goes for the star. Highlight and select, go to symbol, movie clip, name it star with that registration point in the middle, and hit on OK. And then you want to delete this and go back to layer 1. Go back to layer 1, frame 1, and for this part, we want to make the first scene will be the spaceship going up to the sky. And to do that, you will need to drag your, and in order to do that, you'll need to change the background of the stage. So go to your property panel and you see here background. You want to change the color into blue sky to make it blue. And then drag your cloud in layer, make sure it's in layer 1. And you place it somewhere here. And then what you want to do next is make it until 60 frame. Insert keyframe and move it to the other side. And then you can click on here, motion tween. Right click and then click on motion tween. And then for layer 2, we will do the same. So drag on the clouds, but make sure the clouds is not the same position, somewhere different, like that. And then on 60th frame, we'll move it somewhere there. And then you just right click and create motion tween. So it looks like we have two sets of clouds now. Two pair of clouds. Now, you want to insert a new layer, so insert a layer. And in the first frame, we want to put the spaceship. So bring out the spaceship graphic here. Position it downwards and make it rotate a bit, like that, using the free transform tool. And then on your layer 3, double click on it and rename it as spaceship. And then you want to right click on it and click on add motion guides. And then on the guide layer here, we will use the pencil tool, and create a guide for the spaceship to go. So just do something like this. And then go back to your spaceship layer and make sure you attach it to the guide layer, like that. Then on the last keyframe, on the 60th keyframe, you want to insert a keyframe, and then you can move the spaceship towards upwards. And make sure the anchor point here, the registration point, is touching the line. And then you want to right click, create a motion tween. And you want to save your file first, so click on file, click on save, and make sure you save it in your animation folder, and you can name this as spaceship animation, and click on save. And then you want to go to control, test movie. It will look something like this. And then we want to add a new scene, but before that we will click on the 61 frame, and then while holding control you click on it to select the 3 frames, and you want to click on insert blank keyframe, so it will insert a blank keyframe. But this time on your layer 1, you want to go to your rectangle tool with no stroke and a black color fill, and then you just want to draw a rectangle that covers the whole stage, like that. And then you save it, Ctrl S to save it. And then you want to go to insert a scene, so that you are inserting a new scene. And then go back to edit scene first and copy this black line here on your layer 1. So you just copy, go back to scene 2, and in your layer 1 frame 1, you want to paste in place. right click on the stage and paste in place. So you'll look something like that. Now keep this in mind that when you change the background color in every scene will be the same. So if you change it one time, it will change for all the scenes. So that's why you'll need like a rectangle for the background and cover it. Now we will do the planet. So insert a new layer. I'll put this 60. So insert frame and then lock the first layer because we won't need to touch it. And then for the second layer, we will do the star. So drag and drop the star and then go inside the star layer. As you can see here, we are in star layer in scene number 2. So we will do an animation for this. So in frame 5, we want to insert a keyframe and you want to resize the star. Then in frame 10, we do the same. And create motion tween. And create shape tween. In your properties panel, you see the tween here, and you just click on shape tween. And on the 15th, we just delete this. And then make sure to add the shape tween. So it looks like that. It looks like the star is disappearing. And then we go back to scene 2. As you can see here, right now it looks like it's nothing. But when we go to control, click on test scene, you can see that the star is like that. And then go back, and then you want to resize the star like that, and then you want to copy as many stars as you want. And then copy, paste in place. Like that. And then we'll do this for until the 10th frame. So insert frame. So it will be there until the 10th frame. Now we will insert a new layer, and this will be your planet. So double click and name it as planet. And in the first, make sure you lock the second layer. And then in the first layer, it will be blank. So on your 11th layer, in your 11th frame, you want to insert a blank keyframe or insert keyframe. So insert keyframe, and we will start to put our planets in frame number 11. So we get the planet first, so Saturn. It is hard to see, so we can go back to layer 1 and make the rectangle gray maybe, and then lock it again and see like that. And if it's alright, you want to go inside and we will do some animation. So on your, insert a keyframe on your 10th frame, and then you want to rotate it sideways, and then copy the first frame and then paste it in this 20th frame, and then you want to click on tween, shape tween. You want to click on motion tween. So since that didn't work, you want to drag the 10th frame to the second one and the 20th to the third one. And then click on the 4th frame while holding shift and click on the 20th and you remove frames. Alright, don't forget to save your file. So Ctrl S to save, or go to file and click on save. Now once we have this, we want to do the same with the Neptune and Uranus. Okay, like that. Then in layer 11, I'll bring up Neptune and Uranus. I'll resize the Saturn to be smaller and then make it like that. So it looks like the spaceship later will be closer to your Neptune instead of Saturn. So that's why Saturn is much smaller. Now we want to go inside the Neptune, the Uranus, and then click on here, insert keyframe, and you want to use the free transform to rotate that, and then copy the first frame and then paste it on the third one. So it looks like that. Now you want to do the same with the Neptune. So insert a keyframe and rotate using the free transform tool and copy the first keyframe and paste it on the third keyframe. So it looks like that also. Now we want to create a new layer, name it as spaceship, and insert a blank keyframe on the 11th frame, and then you want to drag and drop this spaceship graphic symbol and you want to resize it and rotate. So I'll rotate it like that. Make sure it's out of the stage, and then right click on the spaceship and click on add motion guide. And on the motion guide, you want to insert a blank keyframe and then draw the pens with the pencil tool. That. So it looks like something like that. Now you want to attach the spaceship to the guideline, and then on your 60 frame you want to insert a keyframe and attach the spaceship to the end of the line, like that. Now if we do, make sure to save it first, so Control S to save, then go to Control, Test Scene. So it will look something like this. But there was a problem, so we will unlock layer 1, and you can see that the Saturn is so far away from the stage, and we don't want that. So we will select the planets, the 3 planets, and move it like that, and then covering it with the black rectangle. And now we will go to Control, Test Movie, and see. So we press Control S to save, and now we will test the movie from scene 1. So you click on the test movie, so the shortcut is Control Enter. You click on it, and it should look something like that. Since the spaceship wasn't moving, that means we forgot to add the tweening. So right click, go to the spaceship layer, and then right click, motion tween. That. And then we will go to Control and test the movie. And as you can see, and make sure to don't forget to save your file. And that is it for this tutorial. Hello and welcome back to Teaching of Animation Making Using Macromedia. This is ActionScript Tutorial 1, and we will be using ActionScript in this tutorial. We will create buttons with ActionScript and help us go to other scenes, navigate to other scenes. So first of all, you want to create a new Flash document, and then make sure you have your properties panel here. If not, you can always click the arrow. Now you can go to Windows and click on Common Libraries and Buttons. Here you can see all the buttons that Macromedia Flash has created for you. So this is oval button shadow, so you can choose your buttons that you want. So for this example, I like this one, so I'll drag and drop to my layer 1, and using the free transform tool, I will resize it to make it big. Then using the selection tool to put it in the center, or you can go to your align property panel here, to your align panel on your right side, and enable the to stage here, and then click on distribute vertical and align horizontal so that it's in the center. Now you see this purple glow, and it's a graphic, so you just want to drag and drop and then resize it also so that it's a shadow. Okay, now you want to go inside the bubble to purple button, and you can see the layers that has been created for us, so you don't need to adjust anything. Then for the down one, I would like to create a new layer, so I'll insert a layer, but this layer I'll insert a keyframe on a blank keyframe on the down button, and make sure to remove the head frame for layer 8. And then you want to put the layer 8 at the very bottom, so just drag it down, and then in the down frame here, you want to get the bubble to purple glow, so you drag and drop there, and you can see that the orange color is behind the button. And then to align it, you want to go to align horizontal and vertical center, so it'll be in the middle. And then we go back to scene 1, and this is it for scene 1. So now we want to move on to scene 2, where once we click this button, it will go to scene 2. And then to do that, you want to go to insert in your menu bar, and then click on scene, so that you are in scene number 2. And then in this scene 2, we want to put some animation, but we want to put the animations that we have created in our previous video. So you want to go to file and click on open, and then you want to go to your animation folder and click on the running animation. So now we have the running animation open. Now you just want to select these 2 layers, so by holding shift, click on layer 2, and then by holding shift, click on layer 3. Then you want to copy the layers, you want to highlight, so select, and then by holding shift, so you will select it, and then you click on copy frames and go back to the untitled one here, and you want to paste it here, so paste frames, and there you have it. Do note that when you open another file, you can actually share the library content, what's inside it. So you see here, untitled one, and then running animation. You can drag and drop from there also. Then go back to untitled one. Now in this layer, you want to we want to check first. So we go to Windows, we go to Controls and click on Test Scene. As you can see here, the lady is only on one side. So we want to increase the layer, the frames, so maybe 30 frames. So just highlight like that, click and drag down, and then you want to insert frames. And then we go to Control, Test Scene. As you can see, the lady is still not visible. So if we hide layer 2 first, so layer 2 is the background and layer 1 is the lady.
So we want to copy this frame, so copy here, and then paste on the 30th frame where the lady is still there. And then on your first frame, you want to hold shift and drag the lady to the other side. Now you want to, anywhere here in the middle, you want to create a motion scene. So the lady is running. So we go back to Windows, we go back to Control, Test Scene, and you can see the lady is running. Now, before we lose this file, we want to save it first. So go to File, click on Save, and then in your animation folder, you want to save it as Tutorial 1. Alright, now that we have this, we want to add another button so that it will go back to scene number 1. To do that, you can go back to Windows, Common Libraries, Buttons. And then in here, you can choose any buttons that you like. It's better that you have a same type of button for consistency. So for this, I'll just do this one. Okay, for this one, for the back button, I'll use the bar blue button here, drag and drop. First you need to insert a new layer, and then on your 30th layer, you want to insert a blank keyframe, and then you want to drag and drop. This is where you will put your button in, and you want to close this. Then go inside, we want to resize it first. So using the freeze transform tool, you want to resize the button to make it bigger, and then the selection tool to reposition your button. And now you want to go inside the layer, inside the button layer, and you can see here the layer called text. We want to change that, so we will double click on it and then rename it to black. And then we go back to the scene 2. To go back to scene 2, you see scene 2 here, you just click on that. And now we have back. Now if we test the scene, so we control test movie, it will still be in, you can see that it went back to scene 1 for a bit, because there's only one frame, so you don't really see it that much. So we'll put some action script in it. So click on your layer 1 here, then you want to go to actions, make sure it says layer 1 frame 1, and then here you want to put a stop script. Stop script meaning that it will just stop the animation at scene 1. Then you want to close this using this arrow. Then now you want to use the selection tool. Click on this button here, and then go back to actions, and then you can see here bubble to purple. Right now we are in the bubble to purple action script panel. So in here you want to open your action script, and then we will use the global function, and then go to movie, click control, and then you see this on, you drag and drop it, and then on release, and just press enter. So on release, when you click and then you release the mouse, it will go on to the next, scene. And then on release, and then we'll put the timeline control here, go to and play. Like I said before, it is very, action script is case sensitive, so you want to put the dash, the 2 dash like that, and then you want to write scene 2. Why scene 2?
because you can see here there's scene and then a space 2. That's how you want to write it. And that's it for to go to the next scene. And then we want to go to scene 2, and we will put the same action scripts. So we want to put the action script here in layer 3 frame 13. You want to put stop like that, and then you want to hide this first and then go back to your back button here, and then go open your actions again, and then scroll down and find the on. Then on release, go here and then you just enter to go get a new line, and scroll up and go to and play. And then with the double dash on top, you want to write scene 1 and double dash again. And then just minimize this, save your work. So go to file and save. We will go back to scene 1 and then go to control and test movie. As you can see, the button is changing like that. Click enter, it goes to the running animation, and you can see the back button here. So if you enlarge it, it will show like that. And when we click the back button, it will go back to the enter scene 1 with the enter button. And that is it for this video. Hello, welcome back to Teaching of Animation Making using Macromedia. This is Action Script Tutorial 2. In this video, we will create some frame-based interactivity animation. So, firstly, you want to create a new Flash document. And then you would like to import some pictures for the background. You don't need to. You don't have to find the images because I'll upload it in the Google Drive, so you can download it from the Google Drive. So to import a picture, you want to go to File, Import to Library, and then in your animation folder, you want to import this 1 PNG 2, 3, and 4, as well as the button sound. So the button sound is this one, button-6.mp3, and then click on open, and then you should import everything there. Alright, so for the first scene here, we will like this. You can see that the bitmap picture here, the picture that we have imported, is different size compared to the stage. So what you can do is click on the stage, and then here you see in the properties panel the document properties. You want to click on that, and then you can change the size here to 600 and 480, and click on OK. Oh, sorry, 640 by 480. So click on the stage, and then in the properties panel size, click on the document properties here and change the dimensions to width with 640 and the height 480 pixels, and then click on OK. And now here in your right side in the zoom in, you want to make sure it fit in the window so that everything fits. You can see clearly. And then you just want to align the picture with the stage. So if you want to easily align it to the stage, you can go to your right side and you see the align and transform. But if you don't have it, you can go to Windows and click on Align here, and it should open the Align and Transform panel. And then you want to activate the two-stage distribute, and then click on the Align Horizontal Center and distribute vertical center so that it is in the center. Now in the layer 1, we want to put this background, and then I will just rename the layer by double clicking it and rename it to background. Once that's done, you want to insert a new layer. So insert a new layer, make sure you lock the background, so lock the background layer. And in layer 2, we want to create the text. So rename by double clicking to rename the layer name, so text. Now in this layer, we will put the text. So here, using the text tool or the shortcut T, I will write here sky with the title sky because the picture here is a sky. Because the picture here is sky and you can't really see the text right now, so you want to highlight and then change the color. I'll change it to white. Verdana, maybe. And you want to find a thick font but not too thick. I like this. And then I will just increase the size, maybe 80, 60, okay, 60 is alright. And then we want to align it to the stage. So while having it selected, you want to align horizontal center, and then you can see here there's properties, filter, and parameters. So you want to go to filters. You want to go to the filter property panel and then click on this plus icon right here in the bottom and click on add filter, and you want to add a drop shadow to make the text pop out, and the quality to be high. And then if I just use the selection tool and deselect, you can see that the font is a bit pop up. Alright, so you go back to the pop up, and once you're satisfied with it, you can go back to the align and align horizontal center to make it horizontal. Here. And then now we will do another text. So using the text tool here, I'm going to copy and paste a dummy text that I got from the internet. So I'll copy it. You can just search in your web browser dummy text here. You can search for example text and then click on the libsyn.com, the first one, and then I just copied this one. Alright, so just copy and paste the text here. You can see the text right now is too big, so I'll have to reduce it, so maybe 40. Okay, that's still too big, so 35. still too big. 20. Alright, so there's, in your property panel, you can see there's text tags here, the text type, dynamic and input. Input text is when you want to input something, when you want to make the user to input something, but we will not use it for now, since this is a basic class. So we will use the dynamic text here, so that you can scroll you can adjust it to however you like. I'll make it like here, but you can see that the text is not really showing up. So what you want to do is go to the filters and click on add filter and drop shadow and change the quality to high. And if you still don't like if you still don't like how it looks like, or it's hard to see, what you want to do is go back to your background layer. In this layer, you want to create a rectangle tool with no stroke and maybe a black fill, and then you want it to cover the text here like that. But it's not working because the background, the shape is actually behind the text. So you want to lock the background layer, and then you want to insert a new layer, and in this layer you will put the square rectangle shape like that, and you can see the text showing. And you can change the color of the rectangle box here. That, then it should be fine. And then we will lock layer 3 and lock the background also. And now we want to create the button, so insert a new layer and rename this as buttons. And then we will create some buttons. So using the rectangle tool here, using the rectangle button, using the rectangle tool, you want to put some colors for the button, but make sure they are nice. So I will just have this pink square. Maybe I will add a stroke. So using the ink bottle tool, for my stroke I will use a salmon color, so I'll click on it, and I will have to increase the thickness of the stroke, maybe 5. Now once you have this, you want to highlight, select, and then right click and convert to symbol. And then here you want to convert to a graphic symbol, and we will name this as sky as button 1. And then with the registration point in the middle, and click on OK. And then you want to go inside this layer. You want to go inside, and then when it's over, you want to, for using the free transform tool to make it small. Like that. As you can see the difference, like that. And then when you hit down, you want to make sure it is the same as the up. So copy frames, copy the up frame and paste it in the down frames, and then just insert frame like that. And then, but before that, on the down frame, you want to change the color of this just by click on it once, and then down here in your property panel, you want to change it to a different color. I change it to a maybe this color, like that. And then you want to insert a new layer, and I'll name it as text. And then in here I will put it as the same as the title, sky. And then I will increase the font to maybe 35. Okay, that's too big, so 30. With the text as white. And make sure you put this as a static text. And then you want to put it in the middle here. Like that. But before that, you want to go to filters, and then click on add filter, drop shadow, quality high, and that's it. Now we go back. We have our first button here. Next, what you want to do is you want to right on your library panel here. You want to right click and click on duplicate. So you duplicate it, and then button with the name button 2. You can change the name to button 2, and then click on OK. And then you want to duplicate again and change it to button 3. We will need 4 buttons in total. So right click, duplicate the button 3, and change the name to button 4. Now we have all these buttons, so we will drop button 2 and put like that, and then just drag button 3 also, and drag button 4. Once you have this, and to try to evenly space it out. Alright. Now don't worry about the text first. So you see the second picture, we have a mountain. So you want to click on the second button here, which is button 2. To know if it's button 2, in your property panel here, it says instance of button 2. So that means this is button 2. So you want to go inside that button and then change the text into a mountain. Just click it once and change it to mountain. That. And then you put it like that. Alright, now don't forget to save your work first. So go to File, click on Save, and in your animation folder, you want to name it as Frame Base Animation, and click on Save. Next is the button tree here, button tree. So the third picture, we have a picture of the road. So you want to double click on it and then change the text into road. And then go back to scene 1. And then same for the fourth button here, button 4. We will see the picture on your library first. You can see this is like a sunset. So you want to go inside this button 4 and then change the text here in the text layer, and you want to change it as sunset. And then you just want to move it a bit to the center like that, and then go back to scene 1. And once you have all of these, wait 1 second, I'll just put this in the middle. Okay, alright, so once you have all of these 4 buttons, the text and the background, you want to save again. Now this is the fun part. So you want to go to Windows and click on Other Panels, and then click on Scene. And then here you can actually duplicate a scene or add scene, so you don't have to go to Insert Scene. So here I will just duplicate scene 1, and then I will double click to change the name. So in scene 2 we have mountain. Remember that action script is case sensitive, so whatever you put, you must put the same name like this, with the same capital letter like that. So I will change scene 1 into sky, and then what you want to do here, you want to duplicate scene again and rename it to road. And then you want to duplicate again and name it to sunset. And there we have the 4 different scenes. Right, so in your edit scene here, you want to go to your mountain scene, and then in your background layer, you want to unlock it and delete that picture, and then you drop the other picture, and then using the align distribution, so align horizontal and distribute vertical center, so that it will look like something like this. Then you want to lock it again, and then in your text layer here, you want to change the title. So I'll change the title to mountain because this is the mountain scene, and change it like that, and change it like that. Alright, now we have the scene, the mountain and the sky scene ready. We will go to the road scene. So here, go to edit scene and then road. Same thing like we did, you want to go in your timeline, you want to go to your background layer and delete the background by pressing delete on your keyboard, and then drag and drop the third picture. Then using the align distribution, you want to align it horizontal center and distribute vertical center, and then lock the background layer and go on to your text layer here, and then you want to rename it to road. Then using the selection tool, you want to try to align it properly like that. And then we have the first 3 scenes ready. Now the last one, so go to sunset, and then we will do the same thing. Unlock the background and delete, and then drag and drop the 4th background, and then using the align and distribution, you want to align horizontal center and distribute vertical center like that. And then lock the background layer and go to the text layer and rename the title here into sunset, like that. And then go to your selection tool and try to align it properly. And now we have the first, and now we have the scenes ready. All we need to do is apply some action script. Alright, now to do the action script, you want to insert a new layer and then rename it to AS, which stands for action script. And in this layer we'll put the action script for the frame. So you in your action open up your action panel and you want to create stop with the like that. Right, stop, or you can just drag and drop from the global function timeline control stop and drag and drop like that. And then you just want to copy. You can either copy or just do drag and drop. Alright, now you want to do this to all four scenes. So go to mountain, insert a new layer, make sure it's above the button layer, and then you name it as AS. And then here, actions, drag the stop action script like that. Same goes for the road. Go to button, insert layer, rename layer 5 into AS. Then here, you can either right click and click on actions, and then the action panel will show up. Then you click on stop, drag and drop the stop, and then that's done. And then go to the sunset layer, buttons, insert layer, AS, and then rename as AS. And here on frame 1 you want to right click, actions, and click up, and I'll just paste the stop like that. Now once that's done, we want to code the buttons. Now to do the buttons, you want to click on the buttons itself, like button, and then you go to actions, make sure it says here button 1, and then here on, you want to on release that, and then hit enter to create a new line, and go back to the timeline control and drop the go to and play. And remember, since a action script is case sensitive, so the first one will be sky, like that. We'll go to the frame sky, so don't forget the dash, the 2 dash, and write your frame name, your scene name, write your scene name. If you don't have it, rename, it's probably scene 1, like that. But I already have my scene rename, so that's why I put sky in here. And then you want to copy this, close the action button, and then you want to do the same for the rest of the buttons. Paste, and then rename this as mountain, then close it, go to road button, right click, actions, button 3 here, then you just paste it, and then just rename the scene name, then close it again, go to the last button, sunset, and actions, right click actions, and then paste the code. We'll name this as sunset. Alright, now that's done. We will go to the second scene, which is mountain, and then you want to check for the action script. You can see that there's no actions at all for in this scene for the buttons, so you want to do that. So copy and paste the buttons like that, sky, and then same thing here, click, right click. If you don't have it copied, you can pause the video and copy what is written here. So on release, go to and play sky, but this one will be mountain. And then same goes for the road. road button. So right click, actions, paste, road. And you want to do this for all the scenes and buttons. Actions, sunset. Alright, now go to edit scene and go to the road scene and do the same. So right click on actions, copy paste. Alright, then second one, you just want to rename the scenes. So this is the road scene, then sunset. So what happened with the action script right now? So basically when you click on it and you hit and release, the button here, it will direct you to the pages that we did. So this will lead you to the sky scene, and then this will lead you to the mountain scene. This will lead you to this scene, which is the road scene, and the sunset scene, which is this one. So I'm going to the same. So click on the button, right click, actions, and I'll just paste the codes that I copied in the scene 1 and just remove the scene name. So mountain, road, and sunset. Alright, now that we're done, you want to go to file and click on save, and then we will test the movie out. So go to control, test movie. As you can see here right now, the text is not really showing because we put a dynamic text. So let's try to fix that first. So go onto your this, and then you can see here the line type. You want to change it to multi-line, and this is, and if you want to make it selectable, as in you can like highlight it, you can do that. And then we'll do the same. So go to mountain, click on the text and change the line type in your property panel to multi-line. Then same for road, change it from single line to multi-line. Then sunset as well, click on the text and multi-line. Okay, and then go to file, click on save, then control, test movie, and we'll check. As you can see, the text is showing here. So sky, you can see what happens when you click on release. It goes to the next scene. So there are some errors. And we don't want that to happen. So go back to scene, buttons, and then we will check the, we can see that there's some errors. So you want to go back to your code. Here we will start with the sky layer, sky stage. So in button 1, you want to add comma, and just name it 1. 1 is the frame number, and then same for button 2, comma, and number 1. Button 3 also, comma, and 1. Then button 4, comma, and number 1. And then you want to click on the minus sign here and open the mountain, and then do the same. So in button 1 you want to add comma, and number 1, button 2 as well, comma and number 1, button 3, comma and number 1, button 4, comma and number 1. And then click on the minus to minimize the scene. That. Then go to open the road and do the same. And then once you're done, do the last one for sunset scene. 1. The last one, command number 1. Now you want to click on this arrow and don't forget to save your file, and then go to control test movie and we will check it out. So as you can see, this is sky, mountain, road, sunset, sky, mountain, road, and sunset. That means it works. So don't forget to save your file, and that is it for this video. Hello and welcome back to teaching of animation making using Macromedia. In this video, we will use our knowledge from the previous videos, and then we will apply it to make an interactive animation application. We will make a ABC e-learning application, a simple one. So what you need to do is create a new Flash document, and you don't have to worry about finding images or audios because I will post it inside the Google Drive, so you can just download it from there. So once you download the files, you want to go to File, go to Import to Library, and then you want to import the ABC background button number 6, and then this start PNG, and click on open. And then as well as you go back to import to library, and we will import the audio. So you want to import all of this audio from A to Z. You press on A, and while holding shift on your keyboard, you want to click on Z and then click on open, and then it should load all the audio in your library. Now first layer will be the background, so we'll name it background, and then we will drop the background image here, and we will resize using the free transform tool so that it will fit the page, so that it will fit the stage. Okay, once you have something like this, you want to insert it until frame 60, and then just right click and click on insert frame, and then you want to lock the background layer. Then you want to insert a new layer, and then this is where you will apply this is where you'll put the ABC picture. Drag and drop it. Then you want to resize it using the free transform tool. Grab one of the corners, and while holding shift, you just want to resize it. Like that. And then you want to right click on it and click on convert to symbol, and then name it as ABC, and choose movie clip with the registration point in the middle, and then click on OK. Make sure to save your file first, so go to File, click on Save, and then make sure you save it in your animation folder. We will name it ABC application and hit on Save. Alright, after you save it, in your layer 2, you want to put the ABC, and then we will do some animation with it. So we'll close this first so we can see better. Now we want the animation to go from up here to down. So we will copy this first frame and put it in the last, like that. And then in the first frame, we will put it up. And then we shall apply, right click and create motion tween. And then you want to insert a new layer, and we will put the start button. Find the start.png. You want to drag and drop it, and then you want to use the free transform tool and resize it. And put it somewhere there. And now once everything is done, now after that you want to right click on the start button and convert it to a button. So click on the button, name it start underscore BTN. BTN stands for button, with the registration point in the middle, and click on OK. Now this is a button. You can see here, instance of start button. Now you want to go inside this layer, and in the over frame you want to insert a keyframe. Insert a keyframe and try to make it smaller, like that. So it will give that effect. Then you want to copy frame, paste it in down. Copy the up keyframe and then paste it in down, and then just insert frame in the hit frame. So it looks something like that. In the over, you can open your filter properties. In the over button, you can convert it to a graphic symbol. Start graphic, so you can convert a button, and then inside of a button you can convert to a movie clip or graphic. And then you want to and then once you have it as a graphic here, in the property panel you see this color. You can change the brightness or have a tint, alpha and advanced. So I'll use a tint. I'll use a blue tint. And that should be fine. And then, as you can see, when the mouse is over it, it will change it to blue color. And then we'll go back to scene 1. And then we will insert a new scene. So go to Window, go to Other Panels and Scene, and then we will insert a new scene. So you can either duplicate or add a new scene, but before that, in the first layer here, you want to copy the first frame and paste it on the last. And then here you want to clear keyframe. Sorry, in here you want to from here till here, you want to from the first frame to the 59 frame, you want to clear keyframe. And you want to drag this here so that this is a blank keyframe. So the only keyframe you will have for layer 3 is in frame 60. And then you want to insert a new layer. We will name this AS, which stands for action script. And then here in the 60 frame, you want to insert a blank keyframe, and we will put some action script. So open the action panel here, and we'll put stop. You can pause and copy the codes that I'm putting, or you can just drag and drop from the timeline control. Why did I put the stop code in the 60 frame and not the first frame? Because we have animation, like we have the motion twin playing. So if we put it in the first frame or any frame, the animation, the motion twin will stop, so it won't work. But if you put it in the last frame here, and since the picture here is already at the bottom where we want it, and you just put stop, and there's no more animation in it, then it will stop. So now we will create a new scene. So add scene. Now in scene 2, we will put the sounds, the letters. So we'll use the same background. So I'll go to scene 1 and click on the background layer, unlock it first, and then you want to copy frames and unlock the layer again, and then go to scene 2 and you want to paste the frames like that, and then you want to insert it until 60 like that, and then you want to lock the background layer, and you want to insert a new layer, and in this new layer we'll put the ABCs here. So we'll use the text, so rename that's text. Then we'll use the text tool here, and we'll create letters, and make sure you highlight, and then in the properties panel below, you want it to be a static text, and then you resize this, and then we will use a font that's thick but not too thick. You can choose any font that you like. I think this is okay. And then I'll just make it big. Alright, Then you want to copy and paste this, but before that we will use the selection tool, right click and convert to symbol. You want to convert it to a button and then name it as a btn, so it's a button. And then you want to go inside, so double click to go inside, and then on the over panel, over frame, you want to insert a blank keyframe. On the over frame you want to insert a keyframe, and then use the text tool and edit the A into a smaller A. And then you want to copy the first up frame and paste it in the down frame. That. And then you want to insert a new layer, and here we name it audio. This is where we will put the audio. So in the down keyframe here, you want to insert a blank keyframe, and in the head you want to insert frame. And then on your library panel you want to find the MP3 and then just drag and drop in the down panel. So make sure you select it down and then you just drag and drop it. And then here you want to insert a frame. So what happens if we go to control, test scene, A. You can hear the letter sound A. Then you want to go back to scene 2. Make sure to save your file, save like that, and then go to control, test scene. And then when you hover, it change to a smaller A, and once you click on it, A, like that, it makes the sound A. And after this, you want to do this with the remaining of the alphabets. If you don't like this letter, the color, you can always change it. So open the arrow and then you can just double click and change the color. And then you want to do the same with the smaller A, but you want it a different, so maybe an orange for contrast. Like that. And then for this, you want to change it to a red color. And that's it. So now we will do the rest from B to Z. So I'll insert a new text here and make a B color, and then I'll highlight, change it to orange first, and then put it beside like that. And then I'll right click, convert the symbol and a button, so name the button to B_BTN with the registration point in the middle. Click on OK. And to go inside the B layer, the B button, then on the over keyframe you want to insert a keyframe and double click and just change the letter to a smaller B. And then we will change this into a yellow, but you can't really see it, so I'll just change it to a red color like that. Then copy the up keyframe, paste it in the down keyframe, and insert a keyframe in hit. And then you want to insert a new layer, name it audio, and you want to insert a blank keyframe in the down hit in the audio layer. then you want to find the B button, the B sound here, and then just drag and drop it. And once that's done, you go back to scene 2 and repeat the process. So we'll do C. I'll color it yellow. I'll find a yellow that won't be too bright, so this is okay. Then I right click, convert to symbol, button, name C_BTN with the registration point in the middle, and click on OK. Then you want to go inside to the button layer, the C button layer, and under over you want to insert keyframe, double click and do a smaller C, and I will change the color to an orange. Then in the up keyframe I copy and paste it in the down keyframe and insert keyframe under hit, and then insert a new layer, name it audio, and then in the down frame in the audio layer you want to right click, insert blank keyframe, and find the C MP3 sound and just drag and drop. And just drag and drop the C button, the C sound. Now we will see. Now we have ABC here. Now we'll go back to scene 1 and we will insert a code for the start button first. So go to actions, click on the button, make sure it says start._btn or the start button, and then you want to go drag and drop the on release, go to and play, we will go to and stop, scene 2, comma, frame 1, and then remove this and then save your file again. Go to control and test movie, then click on start. A, B, C. Now you can tell that it is working. You want to close it, and then you want to go inside the start button first, and then you want to insert a layer and name it audio, and in the down panel, in the down frame, you want to insert a blank keyframe and find the buttons -6 MP3 and just drag and drop it. Then go back to scene 1 and we will try to test the movie. And you can hear when you press on the button it makes the noise. So it's the same tactic as what we did here. A, and then we will just go back to scene 2 and do the remaining of the letters. So I'll just do it fast like that, and then I'll show you the outcome. So I'll cut the recording and I'll record it back once I'm done with all the letters. Alright, now that I'm almost done, I just have the Z left, so double click, you can insert keyframe, insert frame, go to the over frame, and then you want to double click and change the letter to not capitalize, then change the color of it also, so it looks something like that. And then you want to insert a new layer. In the down layer, you want to insert a blank keyframe and drag and drop the audio. Now that's done, you want to go back to scene 2. Now for the final part, we will add a back button. So since I don't have any back button right now, I can go to Windows, Common Libraries, Buttons, and we will find a nice button. I think this is nice enough. I think this is nice. This one, I like this one. Okay, I'm going to use this one, so remember to just drag and drop it. And close this. Then you want to resize this a bit. We can put it somewhere here or up here. I'll just resize it smaller and put it somewhere here. Go inside it and I will change the text here. See, I'll change the text. Unlock the text layer first. Go inside the text and I will name it as back. Same goes for the down one here. Double click and change it to back. Alright, now that's done. You want to add some action script on it, so click on that, go to open your actions panel, and then go to movie clip control, drag and drop the on, then click on release, enter, and then enter, and then go to and play, 2 dashes on top, scene 1, frame 1. Then you can close the action button, save your file, and let's try. Wait, sorry, you want to go inside the back button here, and then you want to insert a new layer, animate audio. In here you want to insert blank keyframe and use the button -6 sound, just drag and drop it. And then you want to go back to scene 2, file, save, go back to control, go to control, and test the movie out. A, B, C, D, E, F, G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. As you can see here, I made a mistake. Instead of a small r, I put a u, a small v. But I'll fix it later. So what happens if I go back? It will go back to the beginning. Now I'll fix the r first. So double click on that. And then in the over panel, I want to change it to a small r. Then go back to scene 2. Save. Then go back to test movie. And see if it's nice. Now our ABC application is complete. So don't forget to save. Make sure to save. And this is it for this video. Hello and welcome back to Teaching of Animation Making using Macromedia. We have reached the final video for this course. In this video, I will not be teaching you anything else since we have finished the course. I'll give you a brief summary on what we have done so far from the previous videos. So, when you launch your Macromedia, to create a new document, you just click on the Flash document under Create New Flash Document, and then it should load up the document. Then to change the size, the property, and then to change the property of the stage, open this little arrow, and in the properties panel here, you can change the stage size, the background color, the frame rate, and then the ruler units, and then you can make it a default or just click on OK. And then there's the filters where you can add filters to your text or your images. And then we have the action script here. So this is where you will do all your coding. This is where you will do your action script. And then we have the menu bar here in the top left. There's File, Edit, View, Insert, Modify, Text, Commands, Control, Window, and Help. And then underneath it, we have the Tools panel, the toolbar, the Toolbox panel, where you can manipulate objects and create objects as well. And then in here, we have the timeline, where you can check which scene you are in currently, and then the layers to insert and manipulate the layer here. And then we have the frames, and then the frame here. We have the frames here. The timeline, where you can manipulate your animation, like the position of your animation, like the graphics, like the movements of it. And then you can access more scene from here. Then symbols, right now we don't have any symbols, and then to zoom in and zoom out you can do here. And then on your right side, we have the more properties panel, which is the colors, then align and transform, the library. This is the most important. This is the library where you can drag and drop your graphics or your shapes that you have created on the stage or imported from outside. from your folder. And then we have learned on how to add new scene, where you can go insert and then insert a new scene, and then in edit scene you can see the scenes available, or you can go to window and then other panels and then scene, like that. And then you can delete your scenes by deleting the trash, by clicking the trash bin here, and then you can click on OK, or you can duplicate your scene, and then to rename the scene you can just double click and rename it scene 2. And then you can also add scene here, like that. And then you can close this, and then to check your history you can go to window, other panels, history, and then you can see all the history that you have made since you created the Flash document. And then to modify, and then we learn on how to test the movie, test the SWF file, and then debug movie and test scene as well. And then we have learned on how to get a button that Macromedia has created for us. So you can go to window, common libraries, buttons, and then you can see all the buttons that Macromedia has made. Okay, you can just drag and drop them, and it's already here, button. And then when you go inside the layer, the button layer, it's already made for you, like the keyframes and then the text as well, and the effects as well, like the drop shadow, as you can hear, the gradient. And go back. And then we also have learned about tweening right here. So there's motion tween and shape tween. And then also we learn on how to import sounds. So to import sounds, you just go to File, Import to Library, and then you find your MP3 or WAV format, and then click on Open, and then it should be in your library, and then you can just drag and drop on the stage, and then it will be here in your frame 1. We also have learned about motion guides and masking as well. And then we also have learned about how to create a frame by frame animation, which means creating a frame by frame. So each frame contains an object or shape that is different from the previous frame. Then to insert a new frame, you can just click on the frame next to the black dot here. Then you right click, you can insert frame to insert a new frame, or you can just right click and then remove frames, and then right click to insert keyframe. Remember the difference between a frame and keyframe. So keyframe is the content inside of the stage, whereas frame is just it's like the container for the objects inside. And then blank keyframe, which means there's nothing on the stage, so you can create your own from scratch again. And then to clear the keyframes, you go onto the keyframes that you want to clear. You right click and then clear keyframes, and then it will just remove the inside of what was inside frame 4 and replace it with the previous keyframe, which is this one. And then we've also learned on how to save as well as publish the animation. So to publish, you go to publish settings first, and then make sure you turn this one on if you want to test the movie or test scene, and then turn off the HTML since we're using ActionScript, not HTML, so we don't need that. And we turn on the Windows projector on the .exe file, so you can open this file even if you don't have the Macromedia Flash file. And then you can click on publish and then OK. And we also have learned on how to convert a shape like this into a symbol. So you can right click and convert the symbol. There is movie clip, button, and graphics. And don't forget about the registration point. It is always in the middle unless you are doing an animation that requires to rotate or to click on the edges here, but most of the time it is in the middle. And then don't forget about the name, and remember that ActionScript is case sensitive. So for example, if you put the name circle, this circle is different than this circle, and it is also different than this circle. So make sure if you're doing an ActionScript with the variable names, make sure to remember that it is case sensitive. So you have to remember the capitalized letter on each, or maybe not. And yeah, and that is it for this summary video. So if you have missed anything, you can always refer back to the previous video and rewatch the videos. Other than that, congratulations on finishing this course. Give yourself a pat on the back. Great work. You did well. Thank you.